Well, good afternoon, everyone. Happy New Year. Today is Monday, January 4th, 2021. It's approximately 1 p.m. Before we have our Pledge of Allegiance, I'm going to ask if you please rise for a brief moment of silence for the brave men and women of the United States Armed Forces as they protect our interests around the globe, as well as the courageous men and women of the Las Cruces Police Department, Las Cruces Fire Department, as they keep our city safe 24/7, 365. Councilor Bencomo, will you join me in the pledge, please?
Yes, Mayor. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Now we're going to have Head of the Week by Jennifer Martinez, our Communications Office.
Good afternoon, Mayor. Good afternoon, Council. Can everybody see my screen okay today?
Yes. Ifo just texted that he's having a little trouble with his internet, so anyways, just I'll let you know.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I am Jennifer Martinez with the city's communications office, and today I would like you to meet Damon. Damon is a 1-year-old who is super excited to meet you. He's looking for someone who will get up and move about. He hopes for someone with a lot of space to move around and a lot of attention. So if you like walks, jogs, or adventures, he is the pup for you. And then we have Bowser, a fiery orange tabby cat with a golden personality. This guy is used to living in a home environment with a foster mom, and he is great around both people and other animals. He is still young, so he's hoping for a patient family because he does like to play. If you're interested in adoptions, you can go to the ascmv.org/adoptions. The adoption cost is $25 for the animals. You're going to go ahead and look up their animal number and call this number to make an appointment to meet with this animal, 382-0018. Again, the offsite adoption events have been canceled until further notice. If you're interested in licensing your pet, you can do so at the Animal Service Center. You'll go ahead and call 382-0018, and then you can arrange to have your license mailed, because they normally do them in person when you first get your animal or you first register. The other ones, after you've registered for the first years, you can go and get them done online, but you call and make an appointment. The fees in Las Cruces, altered pets, that's spayed or neutered pets, the cost is $7 per year. For unaltered pets, those are not spayed or neutered, the cost is $50 per year. And if you're a senior citizen and you have proof that you have an altered pet, the cost is $5 per year. You will need to show photo ID. And the communications office is always looking to inform you more about COVID-19. The state, the New Mexico Department of Health has created a vaccine website. If you'd like to go and register for when vaccines do become available, it's vaccinenm.org. You'll go ahead and complete a profile, and then you'll get notified when that vaccine does become available. And as of 2 weeks ago, when they opened up this website, there have been more than 230,000 registrations. The information that they're going to collect is going to be name, date of birth, your email, any phone numbers, your employer, your occupation, and your risk of illness. And again, 230,000 people have already signed up. Go to vaccinenm.org if you're interested. Thank you very much, Mayor, for your time. Happy New Year.
Okay, thank you. So now we're going to hear from Darlene Lopez, who's going to give us the jobs of the week.
Thank you, Mayor. Hello, council members. Darlene Lopez here for the record.
Hey, Darlene, can you speak up just a little bit, please?
Oh, you know what? I have the wrong earpiece in, that's why. Okay. Darlene Lopez for the record. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So for the jobs of the week, we have a management analyst, community development for the Community Development Department for the City of Las Cruces. That closes on January 11th. We have a foreman/landscaping worker for Landscape and Design Center, and there are 2 positions, and that closes on the 17th of this month. We have a janitor and cleaner for Sensational Janitorial Services, Inc. There are 2 positions there, and those close on the 17th as well. Help desk specialist for our Mantra closes on the 17th of this month. And dispatch supervisor for the New Mexico State Police, and that also closes on January 17th. For a full list of jobs, internships, and volunteer opportunities, please visit us at employanm.com or at governmentjobs.com/careers/Las Cruces. And if you have any more questions for New Mexico Workforce Connections, our local office is on Alameda Street. We are closed to the public currently, but we still have staff answering calls. And you can reach us at 575-524-6250. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Darlene. Okay, so I think Councilor Bencomo has a proclamation she'd like to read.
Yes. Hi, everyone. Happy New Year. I have it right in front of me. Today's proclamation name is 2021, the Year of the Artist, submitted by Mr. Greg Smith with the Doña Ana Arts Council on this January 4th, 2021. And it reads, whereas Las Cruces is home to several artists in various fields contributing in multiple ways to our creative economy, and whereas in 2021, the Doña Ana Arts Council and the Renaissance Arts Fair both celebrate 50 years of enthusiastic support for the arts in the Mesilla Valley and nearby areas. And whereas the arts can help us process and heal from catastrophes such as we have experienced with the pandemic that began in 2019, and whereas the Las Cruces Arts and Cultural District is going to honor in a highly visible way the value our history, our arts, and our culture bring to communities like ours, and whereas artists from a range of fields will be recognized each month in 2021 to highlight the contributions their work makes to our sense of pride and possibilities in our community. Now, therefore, we, the Mayor and City Council of the City of Las Cruces, New Mexico, do hereby proclaim the year of 2021 as 2021, the Year of the Artist. And we encourage all citizens of Las Cruces to celebrate the artists of our region and the art that they create.
Okay, great. We appreciate that from former Councilor Greg Smith. And I'd be willing to wager that he did the resolution himself. He likes to do that stuff, so that's good. It helped save the city a few dollars by doing it that way. Okay, so now we're going to go to the strategic plan discussion, and I'll just make it real brief. I'm sure many of you have been they've reached out to you, management partners, and they do a great job. And I think this is going to be really exciting. I think we have it proposed in a few more weeks. But it got me thinking especially to Councilor Bencomo and Councilor Beta-Stubbe, if you have access to the strategic plan discussion, the reason why we use the 2010 is we use this. It was a gentleman by the name of Carl New, and it was really, really interesting how he did this. He got us in this room. I know we can't necessarily do that now, but we can still do it virtually. And we had a lot of ideas that were tossed around, and we had them put on I wouldn't say just on various walls there in our I think it was on the second floor. And we included a management team because there were things that council may have wanted, and staff chimed in and said, you know what, we could probably do it. This is how much it's going to cost, or maybe we can't do it. Okay, so this was the really good give and take, and then. But in the end, we pretty much prioritize what we want to do. And this 2010 plan is really indicative of that. And if you notice how really concise it was, and Mayor Pro Tem will agree or attest to this, when we talked about the trolley going between the university and downtown, it actually was in our strategic plan. So when we passed it, this was just this was the vision of the city council. And so what I just wanted to make sure that you were aware of, one, was this, and two, whether or not when we meet in a few weeks with management partners, that we kind of use the same format, and we used to revisit it every 2 years, because invariably it seemed like we had one new council member every 2 years. And so I think it's fair to say that we probably, if you want to go to that format, since we didn't have a chance to do it last year, it's kind of hard to say last year, in 2020, for you, Councilor Bencomo, and you, Councilor Beta-Stubbe, maybe we ought to consider doing it again this year and then 2 more years and then get on that cycle if you want to stay that. That was the whole purpose of this discussion. was to, one, let you know how this used to be, or how I guess theoretically still is. And I know Management Partners wants to go 5 years. I think that's great. But I think if we revisit it every 2 years, it's a nice opportunity to kind of just see what council is doing. And you should have been sent a little cheat sheet, so to speak. And 2 former city managers, one in particular, Robert Garza, would use this for his departmental evaluations. Now, I don't want to interfere with EFO. In fact, I put a little thing here that says strictly optional for city management use. But that's what they used to use to determine, how things were going and things of this nature. So just full disclosure, I wanted you all to see how it used to be, or how we used to do it, and whether or not you want to continue that. And 2, if you receive that document that I believe Annette sent, you'll see about where it says strategic plan, or it says strategic action plan is highlighted yellow, that council may want to consider just using 3 themes, because this older strategic plan has like 7 themes. And to kind of, so we don't confuse the public, we may want to just keep the same 3 themes that are in Elevate Las Cruces the same. So we don't have 3 on one and 7 on the other, because they all kind of revert back to the same thing. So that was my whole point of discussion, was to let you know what we used to do, or we're currently still doing, and whether or not you want to continue that with Management Partners when we meet with them, and whether or not we want to have it that specific. And if we do, it may take more than the allotted time that we have. It might take all day, it may take a couple different weekends, I don't know. So, because it was actually really good, I have to admit. Councilor Sorg was around when we did that. You remember that, Councilor? When we had that, we had these, they gave us these little things that we put up on the wall, what we wanted, and then, there's some that wanted a lot, some that didn't want any. And invariably, not everyone got what they wanted, but that's how the strategic plan was developed.
Yeah, I was looking at it again, Mayor, and you're right. That's the way we did it. And the little stickies, Post-its, we use and stuff. Yeah, and I agree. I think I agree with just about everything you said there.
All right, we're off to a good year. Just kidding. Really, that's all I had. Nothing else, just something to digest and have access to. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thanks, Mayor. I do appreciate having the strategic plan of 2010. I appreciated how staff was incorporated in that, and I think it important that we obviously incorporate Elevate Las Cruces, but the peak performance, we paid a lot of money and a lot of attention for each of the departments to develop their own strategic plan. And I think one of the criticisms of council was that we did not include public safety. So there were some things in the 2010 document that I definitely think we should incorporate moving forward. What I liked about the 2017 document, it could fit very nicely in a pamphlet. It was time oriented. You knew very clearly, pardon me, from year to year, what our responsibilities were moving forward. And I think one of the other, criticisms is that we talked a lot about having a dashboard so we and the public, as council and the public, knew exactly where we were at with each one of those, similarly to the dashboard that has been developed specifically for our geo bonds. So if we can incorporate all those things, I think that'll be really important.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you.
Can you clarify something? Were you meaning the 2017 didn't address public safety or the 2010?
2017 didn't address public safety, not really. It was more around infrastructure, communication,
Okay,
and follow up with the public, education, economic and community development. So I think if we definitely want to improve the way, right, our plan looks and how user-friendly it is, and those would be some of my feedback to this next plan moving forward. I like the idea of revisiting it every 2 years. I really do think that was our intention, and time got away from us, I think.
yeah, sure. Okay, so, but just to clarify, because the one that that you all have access to, or you should, in fact, I'm looking at right now, is on the 2010, it says to ensure a safe and secure community. And we have a picture of one of Las Cruces' finest on there. And I mean, and it's detailed 2-year plan on all public safety. So you're saying that what you were concerned about is 2017 didn't have it, but you like how 2010 had it. And we should maybe, when we meet, just kind of make sure that we're kind of staying in the same format as the 2010 strategic plan. So we have a little bit more tangible, measurable items so the public knows, hey, this is in the strategic plan and this is what you guys said you're going to do. And how come you guys haven't done it?
Well, Mayor, yes, but remember, each of the departments have the peak performance, right? They've utilized the peak performance and had very specific measures from their perspective, the items that they feel that they have to focus on. I agree that we need to have department heads as a part of that. To have presentations and understand kind of where they're at and what they're doing. I just feel we have lost some communication because that dashboard has not been yet developed. And so how do we ever understand or know exactly where each of these departments are at with their strategic plan without that kind of communication? And I think if we had that, it would be very beneficial to us.
Okay. And I know, Ifo, if you, I don't know if you're able to get on, Ifo. Let's see here. See if Ifo does it. Yeah.
I'm just having to connect from my phone.
Oh, okay.
We're working on my computer right now.
Okay, so just real briefly, so I think that, and every new city manager comes in with their, usually, not saying that you are or will, but with a reorganization. And I think that may be something here that you may want to take a look at, you know, what your vision is for your management team and incorporate that with our strategic plan. So just something, just to point that out. And I think you heard a couple comments from Mayor Pro Tem, but I have to tell you, and again, this is strictly your call. Your predecessor did the peak performance. That was something that council wanted. It was, you know, it was discussed with us, of course, and that's what he put forth. But I think it's strictly up to you how you're going to do your administration. If you're going to continue the peak, if you're going to do something different, if you're going to just go off of what, you know, take what council wants and then, you know, use your staff to incorporate it and see whether or not, you know, just can we get this accomplished, how much it's going to cost, things of this nature, I guess is what I'm trying to get at. And so I think this was a good blueprint because this was something there that, as I mentioned before, your predecessors would use, and it made things a little bit easier. The public knew what was going on. They knew exactly what we were looking to do. Council knew, they had input, staff had input. I mean, there was a time, and I think Councilor Sorg will agree, there's a couple times that we want to do some things and staff said, oh, yeah, you know, I don't think we can do that. I don't think it's going to be too much money or whatever. And okay, we didn't do it. And that was really a good give and take because we were all part of we were the stakeholders, and I thought it worked out pretty good. So anyways, I just wanted to, again, just a quick overview about this. It's not something there that we're going to be voting on or anything, but I just wanted the council to know when we're going into that strategic plan, this is what we used to do. And if council wants to move in that direction, incorporate some of the things that Mayor Pro Tem talked about, I think that's great.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the additional background. I think it's a great tool, and I'm excited for this upcoming strat plan. But it's definitely good to know the background. In fact, I didn't know it was being updated every two years to recently. And so I appreciate that. I appreciate. We'll certainly use the tools that's already there.
Yeah, I would venture to say that, and I may be wrong, but not that many cities, not only in New Mexico, but throughout the country have a strategic plan. And this not only keeps the public informed, but it keeps us as elected officials who've made these promises or what we've told our constituents what we're going to do, and keeps us accountable and measurable. And, it's kind of that, I keep thinking of that old term, promises made, promises kept, or promises made, promises unkept. That's all right. Well, that's all I've got on that. If there's nothing further, we'll just move on to the conflict of interest statement. This is where I'll ask if any member of the city council, city manager, or any member of city staff has any known conflict of interest on any item on the agenda.
None, Mayor, for me, Gandara.
No.
Mayor,
None for me, Flores.
yes, I am. I'd just like to note that on the proposed ordinance 9.1, I have met with the folks who own that facility. They took me on a tour last year. It was like April or something. It was early on that year. There was no discussion of a zone change. I wasn't even aware that was an issue, but I just wanted to name that I have met with them in the past.
Okay, so that's on the notice of proposed ordinances? Yeah, okay, well, it's not something up for an appeal, so you should be okay. Okay, great. And now we're going to go to acceptance of, a public participation. I have not received any emails at all. So, I check my emails at 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock in the morning, so I haven't seen any since then. But did you guys get any? Did you all get any this morning? Had any public?
No.
Okay.
I haven't received any.
I didn't, Mayor.
Okay, now we're going to go to acceptance of the agenda.
Mayor, I'd
Yes.
like to pull 6.1 and 6.2.
Can I get a motion, a second, to approve the agenda?
So moved by Flores.
Second by Sorg.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Flores, second by Councilor Sorg, that we approve the agenda with items 6.1 and 6.2 removed for discussion. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve the agenda with the removal of items 6.1 and 6.2 for discussion. Councilor Beta Stevie?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Oh, he's going to be a
I
little
don't
bit
know
late. He's gonna
Okay,
be
I
about
wasn't
30
sure if he was on yet. Okay. Absent. Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondra?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, so we go to 6.1, Resolution 21-094. Need a motion, and a second, please.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Sorg, second by Mayor Pro Tem Gonda, I think. And Rob, are you going to take this, or Jennifer?
Mayor, it's going to be the records manager,
Oh, I'm sorry.
Lisa
I don't have
Herrera.
my cheat sheet here, so I'm just guessing.
Yeah.
Lisa? Okay. So Mayor Pro Tem, did you have a specific question, or did you want a full presentation on it?
Mayor, I would like a full presentation, and yes, I do have specific questions.
Good afternoon, Council and Mayor. My name is Lisa Herrera, and I am the Records Manager. Are you able to see the presentation?
No,
No.
not yet. Oh, looks like it's getting ready. There you go.
Okay. Everyone can see it?
Yes, well,
It disappeared.
Okay. Sorry about that. Okay, so this is for the presentation on our annual records destruction. It's really quick and relatively simple. Basically, this is a resolution that sent to council for you to approve the destruction of all records that have met their legal retention. The purpose of this resolution is to reduce the volume of paper and electronic records, and it also makes room for new and active records. So your options today are to approve the request, the resolution, to deny the resolution, to amend, or to table. And I'll open for questions.
well, that's pretty quick there, Lisa.
Pretty easy.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, thanks. Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Herrera, for the presentation, even though it was short and sweet. Mayor, one of the things I'm reading through this resolution and all the various documents is the concern that was brought to council several months ago related to an inactive file or report of a complete, process, a cashing of a check, if you will. And so I think about those times or instances when something like that has occurred in these bunch of records where council would never know the difference as that happened, and very, very much was said clearly by Barbara De Leon that the records had been expunged, or not expunged, but had been destroyed. And so we were unable to go back and look at any of the records to do, our due diligence in terms of, a paper trail. So I'm really concerned. Of course, I read everything and I saw the resolutions or ordinances in place that gives us the authority to destroy those records. But I want to make sure that in the bulk of the records, to include P cards, very concerned about that in lieu of some of the issues that the city has had previously. I want to make sure that there isn't any unfinished business that, we'd have to go back to. And I guess what we can do to correct that issue. So my question is there any of those records where there's unfinished business, like similar to an uncashed check that goes up to the state and gets filed? And if so, shouldn't we be pulling those back and putting them in some sort of electronic file or jump drive of sorts?
Councilor Gondara, from a records management standpoint, we do have a records retention schedule that we follow, and that basically gives us a description of records, and then it tells us how long we legally have to keep them. We try to align that with the state so that we are keeping all documents as long as we legally are required to. As far as the check in question, I can't answer specifically to that. I just know that every year we go through this process and every department has the opportunity to review the list. So if they feel that there is any documentation that needs to be retained, they have the ability to do that. But from a records management standpoint, we do have a schedule that tells us how long we have to keep it. I hope that answers your question.
It does, Ms. Herrera. So each department is required, I guess, to look through those items, and if there's any inconsistencies or concern, they can pull that. And I'm rest assured that each of the departments have done that, and there isn't any unfinished business, say, for example, like the check that went uncashed kind of thing.
Correct.
Okay. Okay.
Looks like Jennifer wants to make a quick comment, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I think the situation that you're talking about, it was a check that existed 15 years. It was a long time ago, like 15 years ago. I think the problem at the time, I don't even know if it was a problem, but it was sent to the state within a year. Our current retention allows us to keep it a little bit longer than that, and we're back on track. And Barbara DeLeon can jump in because she was the one that was handling that situation. But it was kind of, it's unusual now. I don't think it would occur that way now, just because we would hold on to it or be aware of that information. We wouldn't purge it after or destroy it after 1 year. We are required to send it to the state after a certain period of time, however.
Yes, I'm aware of that, but I guess from our policies and or ordinances, nothing suggests that if it's something of that sort, that we keep it in some sort of electronic and or jump drive until it gets resolved, if you will. It just felt like there were numerous things that happened to include changeover of employees and such that it made me very curious about whether council should develop a different policy moving forward. That's it, Mayor. I guess if I'm rest assured that each of the departments have looked at it, that they feel in good conscience that they've done what they've supposed to be doing, I'm satisfied. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem. So I emailed, her name is Barbara, I forget her last name, starts with an F. And I told her, I said, you know what, I'm just gonna send a letter myself to the Attorney General for his opinion. I don't know if he'll take it. But I think this was just an anomaly. It was something there that I don't know what the state says, whether it's 1 year or 3 years. I know some organizations it's 6 years, but it was 10 years had elapsed when she found the check, and she had no idea that it was missing. And so I don't know if this, to zero that out or focus on that, but I think, like I said, that was just an anomaly. I've never seen anything then, and hope to never see it again. But we'll get I'll reach out to the AG and see what he says, and if he wants to respond to me, and if so, I'll bring it to council, and then just go for a vote. If the vote's no, then that's it. We've done our best.
Sounds good, Mayor. Thank you.
Well, Barbara wanted to also make a comment. Barbara DeLeon?
Yes, Mayor, thank you so much. Barbara DeLeon, Chief of Staff, for the record. And Mayor Pro Tem Gondra, just wanted to reiterate that with respect to the check, which was 20 years old, we had followed our processes for reporting that as unclaimed funds to the state. And then, of course, the state has their own retention records. So there is a handoff in that record management process. So not only do we have retention, but the state has as well. However, as you stated before, quite a bit of time had lapsed, and there were some other associated concerns with tracking that and determining that there were unclaimed funds that could have been filed for by Ms. Wilbanks. But in any case, I just wanted to emphasize that on our part, we did follow the retention schedules. We did report that the unclaimed funds, as we do every year, there are numerous unclaimed funds every year. And then the state picks that up, and then they have their own retention records. So just for clarification, thank you very much.
Thanks, Barbara. Councilor Flores, your hand, did you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I have a question about what custodial records are. And I have the same, not about that one check that Mayor Pro Tem Gandara mentioned, but the fact that there, with the thing that comes to mind is we still are in the middle, or the consequences, or will be dealing with the consequences of the McCard firm's findings and its report that's gone up to the of course it came out of there, and the OSA at Jennifer Attorney Jennifer Vega Brown's request has gone to the Attorney General's office. And I've, in reading it, I couldn't help but think that there were so many things that just fell by the wayside. And that's the only way I can put it without saying anything accusatory. But, and then trying to figure out whether there were other players. And then trying to figure out if there's going to be perhaps another investigation by the Attorney General's office to pinpoint certain activities, certain actions by certain people that weren't necessarily in the summary that we received. So if that comes up, are any of the records that are, you say that, I guess there's a statutory provision that allows for destruction of records, but are they mandatory, or do you look at these records for any potential, especially what we're sitting in the middle of with potential for future litigation? Excuse me, not litigation on our part, but certainly actions that may be brought by the Attorney General's office. So are there any records there that may reveal more information, or how do you go about selecting them? And are all records custodial, or are there some that we hang on to for prospective actions by the Attorney General's office in this case of my scenario?
Well, it looks like Jennifer is like to comment on that.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. There are several different ways that we retain records. The normal records retention schedule is for just normal records that the custodian has in their possession. So currently, the city clerk is the custodian of all city records. That is our official custodian. She has delegated the management of those records to our records manager. So any normal record that is not involved in any litigation or criminal investigation, that's how they are. Yes.
Councilor Flores, you're muted.
And I muted. I didn't hear part of your answer. I don't know if it was just my reception here or others didn't hear part of your answer.
So I'll repeat it. Thank you. There are several ways that we retain various records. The city clerk is the official custodian of all city records. She has delegated to the city records manager the management of those records. We follow our own records retention schedule.
Oh, she froze.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
Basically, she said that, we have the records, and if there's any oh, there she is. Go ahead, Jen.
I think we're all having connection problems. So we follow our own records retention schedule, which we are allowed to do because we're a home rule. So once we are put on notice of litigation, so we receive a tort claim notice, we do a non-destruction of records that is sent out by one from the city attorney's office to all departments. So we'll send out a notice, do not destroy records in relation to whatever case we're dealing with. So, and then once there's a criminal investigation, those records are separate. Those are maintained by law enforcement. So those wouldn't be the type of records that would be in this kind of destruction.
Well, I guess without getting into the weeds or being out of step or inappropriate, say for example, there were some activities in a certain department and certain things are questionable post McCard firms, and maybe we'll talk about it, Attorney Vega Brown. Are those records subpoenable, or, are those, say there was a subpoena for those records, and say that we've been within, our statutory right to destroy them, but they're no longer available because they have been destroyed, then what happens? Then
Mayor and City Council, if there's a subpoena, then that would mean that there's ongoing litigation. So we would have already sent out a notice of non-destruction to city departments. So we would have already been obligated to maintain them.
yeah. And all departments are subject to the destruction of records, right? All departments that keep.
Mayor and City Council, that is correct.
Okay, well, I'll just be off the record on this one. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Attorney Vega Brown.
Mayor Pro Tem, does that conclude your questions?
Yes, Mayor, thank you.
All right. And seeing no further, Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 21-094. Councilor Beta-Stuvey?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez? Is he on yet? No? Okay. He's absent still. Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
No,
Councilor Gondara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, next item, 6.2, Resolution 21-095. Motion is
Move to
second.
approve.
Second.
Second, Gondara?
A motion made by Councilor Sorg, second by Mayor Pro Tem Gondara. And Jennifer Vega Brown will discuss. And thank you, Annette, for resending me the agenda. And I should have seen it the first time. That has the names on it. So you're always on top of things. EFO, she needs a raise. I'm just kidding. Jennifer, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm going to turn this over to Rob in 1 second. I just wanted to let you know why this is coming before you now. The city of Las Cruces has been involved in the national opioid litigation. We've been involved in that for over a year. We were handling that previously in-house with one of our in-house attorneys. We are now short-staffed. We only have 3 attorneys right now. We're in the hiring process of hopefully 3 more very soon. But just given the workload, and there are a lot of timelines associated with that, I've decided to ask the city manager for the authority to go to a piggyback contract. A lot of other cities in the state, Socorro, Albuquerque, Bernalillo County, they've gone with a local law firm that is just handling all of the litigation. So we are piggybacking off of one of those contracts. It's a contract that a lot of other cities have used. I think it's the city of Socorro. It's the Robles, RAEL, and ANAYA firm in Albuquerque. They are also handling some other cases for the city as well. So that's the reason it's coming before you right now. And I'll turn it over to Rob.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Good. Excellent.
Really good.
Good. So I'm going to be doing the presentation for the Robles, RAEL, and ANAYA law firm regarding this contingency fee agreement for opioid litigation. First off, there's really not enough that can be said about the opioid crisis. It's obviously producers and manufacturers, distributors have engaged in marketing that have led to overprescription, which has led to misuse and abuse, which again has led to addiction and lots of medical problems, including overdose deaths and problems for the community. And so to combat this, a lot of cities have engaged in opioid litigation. One of the litigations that has been going on right now is the multi-district litigation. And the city could file its own case, which would be filed through the New Mexico District Court here in Las Cruces. From there, it would get transferred to the Northern Ohio District. That's where the multi-district litigation is for all these different opioid cases. The benefit of that is it avoids the costly duplication of discovery process. Essentially, it's a streamlined process for all the different litigants, thereby conserves the resources of the parties, the attorneys, and the judiciary. This firm, Robles, RAEL, and ANAYA, does have the experience. They represent the city of Hobbs, county of Socorro, county of Lincoln, and other cities. I think Jennifer mentioned Bernalillo County or Albuquerque. They also have the experience of dealing with the multi-district litigation process. And this is a really time-intensive process. A separate opioid litigation case that we're not involved in, the state of New Mexico versus Purdue Pharmaceuticals, we got one subpoena for that, and the subpoena we got for that was quite extensive. They were asking for a number of things that required, gigs of data that was required, and police reports from 1996. I mean, it was quite a bit of information. And so discovery, I'm using it as an example to show that discovery process for big cases like this can be, again, time intensive. Now, the contingency fee agreement, the way it's set up is that the firm would advance expenses for the litigation, and that would be capped at 35% of any recovery. The city would have to pay 25% total of any recovery. So recovery means a settlement or a judgment in favor of the city. If the city does not get a settlement or a favorable judgment, they don't have to reimburse expenses or pay any fees. And the only risk is, essentially our stake in this type of litigation. And with that, I'll go ahead and open up to the council for questions.
Thanks, Robert. Mayor Pro Tem, you asked to have this removed. You want to start off with your questions, and it looks like Councilor Flores is next.
Mayor, thank you. Rob, can you move to slide 4?
Sure.
Yeah, my concern was, I looked for a total, there wasn't a total, then I found these percentages, and I wanted to have an understanding of what that could mean. I know that I've read other litigation, and because other states have recovered money or recovered some of the loss via a settlement. But can you give me sort of a roundabout total what our responsibility could be?
Mayor Pro Tem Gondara, it's hard to give you a number because I don't actually know what the judgment would be, because these percentages are based off of what we would recover if we were to, again, get a settlement or win a favorable judgment in court. Now, that being said, it's very common for example, to have a sort of contingency fee agreement. A number of times when you have plaintiffs suing the city, for police actions, the plaintiff's attorneys have a similar contingency fee. The plaintiff doesn't put any money up front. The attorney gets paid if they win. And so for the plaintiff's attorney, it's sort of feast or famine. If they win, they get the recovery. They get a certain percentage of the recovery. They get their expenses, and then from there, that's how they get paid. Again, I really can't give you an actual number, but certainly, depending what the damages or losses are of the settlement agreement, it could be easily. I don't want to give you a number and say it's definitely going to be a 6-figure sum or a 7-figure sum, but it definitely could be a substantial figure, where because based off of the city damages, and I have not done that calculation myself of what those damages are like for the city. But it can give you an idea that, essentially, again, there's not a recovery until there's some sort of recovery. There's not some sort of payment until we recover something.
Sure. I understand that, Robert. So the 25%, city would pay 25% of total recovery. That percentage, how did we come up with that? And is that a distribution from the other cities and counties that are participating in this? Okay,
so the 25%, Mayor Pro Tem Gondara, the 25% recovery was actually, again, it's based off the piggyback contract with the Socorro County. That 25% would be just, again, based off of our recovery. If we end up joining with somebody else, then it'd be 25% of the total of all the counties. Again, this doesn't necessarily mean we're going to join some sort of litigation with Socorro County. I mean, it could be that we do that. It could be that we're just going by ourselves, but they're handling the litigation for the city. And no matter what it'd be the recovery would be 25%.
And so, Roberta, would you, you talked about is there like a formulary of recovery that you would be asked to figure out? And has that been settled at this point? That makes sense?
Mayor Pro Tem Gondara, if I understand your question, is there like a sort of, I mean, right now it's total 25% total gross of what we receive from settlements. So we get, it's 100,000. Say it's 100,000, so it'd be 35,000. The 25,000 would be, the 25% of that. I mean, that's the only thing I could say right now for certain, because again, we're really kind of at the initial stage of this.
Okay.
And so I don't know. I'm not trying to be coy by not giving you numbers. It's just I don't know what our damages are like, so I'm not sure what scale I'm looking at. Am I looking at, again, a 7-figure sum, or is it 6-figure sum? And I don't know. And I don't want to.
Robert, thank you for that. And I don't mean to be, I just want to have an idea of what might the cost be. I don't know when we would find that out. Would it come out of the legal's budget or GRT? From the larger budget? Where would that come from?
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Gondara. So
excuse me for interrupting, Robert. Your boss just jumped on the line.
Okay, sorry. I apologize.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I just want to clarify, the 25% would be part of the settlement. So if we received X number of dollars in settlement, that 25% comes from the settlement. It doesn't come out of the city's budget at all.
Oh, good. Okay, thank you. Good. That's a good point. Thank you, Jennifer. And then I wasn't clear on that, the second to the last question. I guess is there a formulary that this group will say, basically, we need you to capture your losses, right? Or what the damage is. Do we know what that is? And because Robert, you did say you haven't calculated that yet.
Mayor Pro Tem Gondara, I honestly, it's hard to calculate damages that can be extensive, and going over a number of different things, including, man hours for dealing with people with overdoses, to police actions, to prosecutions, to the things that we've done, say, for people, maybe money to be given to people for drug addicts, or people who have lost their home because they are addicts and they've now are in a bad economic. So it's hard for me to calculate that right now, or even come to an idea of how more extensive that is. And that's why, but as my boss said, essentially the numbers would go into, obviously there'd be some sort of revenue fund made for this. And it could be that as part of the settlement is that the money is all, is marked for certain types of purposes. So it'd go into a specific fund for, recovery or, patients, or buying Narcan or Narcan training. I'm not certain as to what that would be at this point. And then from there, before it even got into our coffers, we would certainly cut a check of the 25% would go to the firm representing us, and we would get the remainder and do our actions there.
Thank you, Robert. Those are all my questions, Mayor.
Okay, thanks. So Mayor Pro Tem, I'm going to guess, and Robert, I'm going to guess it's probably like the tobacco settlement years ago when the Attorney General received on behalf of the state millions of dollars, and then it was distributed out. I would guess it'd be something similar to this. So, and I was going to ask if you got a new office, but you maybe not. You never know. New year, new office, but I heard
I'm home here. I'm home there.
I heard the little puppy there talking. Looks like Councilor Bencomo has a question.
Yes, thank you. And Robert, I caught that you almost said Your Honor, which is funny.
Oh.
Thank you. I really support this. I'm mostly curious about the actual litigation, and you answered some of that in your last response to Mayor Pro Tem, but I was curious about, well, a couple things. One, is there an entity who this litigation is against yet, or no? I didn't really hear that in your presentation.
So, Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, the litigation, it doesn't have a particular person right now because it hasn't been done yet.
Okay.
But, as far as it hasn't been filed in the courts, but it will be against, say, manufacturers and distributors, because that's what we're mostly going at, as opposed to what the state's doing, because the state has its own litigation against, like, certain doctors, manufacturers, distributors down the line, because the Attorney General has a little bit different mechanics. They can do certain criminal prosecutions and a few other things. And that's kind of a different sort of scenario. We're looking more at just the manufacturers and distributors of opioids.
Okay, that makes sense. And then, honestly, my last question is in terms of, will we then, the council will probably hear about this in the future then once the process is going? Because I am curious about recovery and a plan. If there is a win and there is funds to be recovered, how we then utilize that go back to and hit at the specific issue of opioid and addiction.
Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, that's correct. During the litigation, before we even get to the settlement or going to trial, there'll be obviously sort of briefings to the council where we're at. They'd even be, like I said earlier, part of settlement might be how some of this money gets spent, like as far as earmarked for specific issues. And again, we're not there quite yet, but once we get there, the council will be briefed. And again, it might take a while. It might take a couple of years. I don't know, because this type of litigation can take an extensive amount of time.
Right. Okay. Thanks, Robert. And I mean, I definitely support this. I think your office does a lot and you're strapped, and getting external help for this is really important. So thank you.
Okay, very good. Well, thanks again, everyone. And doesn't look like there's any more questions. So, Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 21-095. Councilor Beta-Stuvey?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez? Is he on yet?
No.
Okay, absent. Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, now we're going to go to item 7.1, Resolution 21-096. Need a motion and a second, please.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, been moved in second by Councilor Sorg, second by Councilor Bencomo, and Dr. Francisco Payadas will discuss.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council, and Happy New Year to everyone. Let's hope for a good New Year. This is our first meeting. So in front of you, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council, we have a resolution to include businesses in the distribution of face masks for their continued operations as it is proposed by the Las Cruces Economic Recovery Board. And it's kind of like a short presentation that we have, Mr. Mayor. We have also invited the chairman, Mr. Chris Shaljo, and the vice chair, Ms. Debbie Moore, as part of this presentation in case there's any further questions that come from this specific presentation. As part of the background, Mr. Mayor, you know that as well as the rest of the members of the City Council, the creation of the Las Cruces Economic Recovery Board was created by the City Council of Las Cruces, and it's supposed to advise the mayor and the City Council on how to gradually reopen the Las Cruces economy in a safe manner. So with that, Mr. Mayor, on November the 5th, the Las Cruces Economic Recovery Board approved a recommendation to include businesses as entities that can receive masks for the protection against COVID-19 for workers and customers. The resolution would basically say to provide a box of 50 disposable masks for businesses that are in need. businesses that receive these masks shall use them for their continued operations or for their customers and not for reselling purposes. That's actually very important. The distribution of this is we're going to be partnering. It's going to like be a twofold here. We're going to be partnering with what we're already carrying in terms of the small business continuity grant, and all of those businesses that are going for the second round, Mr. Mayor, they're going to be receiving a box of these masks because I mean, in essence, that would be proof that these individuals, that these businesses are in need due to the COVID-19 pandemic, and they're going to be picking those up at the Vista Las Cruces building when they pick up their check from the Small Business Continuity Grant. We will also be inviting all other businesses via emails, and we're partnering with the Greater Las Cruces Chamber of Commerce with Ms. Debbie Moore here, so that we can also provide some of those face masks at the Greater Las Cruces Chamber of Commerce. With that said, Mr. Mayor, the council options are in front of you, and we stand for any questions. Thank you very much.
Dr. Payares, also, can you make sure that you give those also to the Hispanic Chamber and the Green Chamber for their to give out as well? If we're going to do one chamber, I think we probably need to be fair and give them all the other chambers. Councilor Abate-Stuvi.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Dr. Payares. I'm actually really glad to see this come before us today. I've helped participate with a lot of our community mask up events, and I think we are seeing a tiny bit of a slower down with that, and I think that's a good thing because I do feel most people are able to have those masks. But where it's really important is that at those businesses, and to be able to have those businesses have those disposable ones available for customers and encourage that use right there, and changing our focus a little bit, I think would be very helpful to have. And Doctor, you talked about making sure that they're not for resale. How are we going to make sure that that happens, and or is there going to be any sort of marker notation with those just to ensure that the public and employees are getting those items?
Thank you very much, Councilor Abate-Stuvi, Mr. Mayor. Yes, Councilor Abate-Stuvi, this is Francisco Payares for the record, my apologies. We work with legal, Councilor Abate-Stuvi, in order to make sure that we provide a disclaimer. So as businesses go ahead and pick up the box, so they pick up the check and we provide them with the box, there's an actual disclaimer that says they will not be using this for reselling purposes, that this is for their operations and for their customers so that they can continue with regards to this. So we'll work with our legal department to provide that disclaimer.
Okay. Fantastic, thank you. And in regards to second distribution, about how many businesses do you anticipate us being able to help during that second round that will be getting these items with it?
Thank you very much for the question, Councilor Abate-Stuvi, Mr. Mayor. Right now, we're actually in the process of sorting through all the different documents of all the potential businesses that applied. And from those, we have to see which ones are eligible and doing all the due diligence that goes behind that, Councilor Abate-Stuvi. Approximately, the number is about 200 businesses. So that's 200 potential individuals that we could provide, sorry for using the word individuals, businesses, that we could provide a box of masks for them.
Okay, fantastic, thank you. And thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Bencomo.
Yeah, I just have a follow-up question. Dr. Payares, thanks for the presentation. You mentioned in one of the slides about businesses in need. How are you determining that need? I mean, I know that businesses have, operational cost of cleaning supplies and masks, and the dividers that were unexpected have gone up for sure. But I'm curious about how you were determining what businesses are in need to be able to get this service.
Thank you very much for that question, Councilor Bencomo and Mr. Mayor. This is Francisco Payares for the record. Actually, I guess I should have been a bit more inclusive with regards to that, Councilor Bencomo. Any business that wants to pick up a box of masks can do it. Nevertheless, the ones that we have that we know for sure have been affected by the pandemic that's why we're combining it with the small business continuity grant strategy. As they go through the entire process and they solicit the funds for the Las Cruces for the small business continuity grant, we know for sure that those businesses were affected by the pandemic. So we can provide those boxes immediately to them. Nevertheless, we can provide those boxes as they can go ahead, and since we're going to be releasing an email blast for everyone, so those individuals that requested will be able to go ahead and pick one up.
That makes sense. Thank you, Dr. Payares. Last question. Does this include nonprofits?
Councilor Bencomo and Mr. Mayor, yes, it does.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Payares.
Thanks. Thanks, everyone. With that, Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 21-096. Counselor Beta-Stuvey?
Yes.
Counselor Vasquez? Is he on?
Nope, not yet.
Nope. Okay. Absent. Counselor Bencomo?
Yes.
Counselor Sork?
Yes.
Counselor Flores? Counselor Flores?
Looks like she took off.
Okay. She's absent. Counselor Gondeta?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, item 7.2, Resolution 21-097. Need a motion and second, please.
Move to approve.
Second. Beta-Stuvey.
Motion made by Councilor Sorg, second by Councilor Beta-Stuvey. And before we go to Kathy Matthews, I'm going to ask Councilor Sorg if you want to just say a couple words. I know you were the author of this. I know you have some, you speak very passionately about the reason why you want to see a park out in the East Mesa. So Councilor Sorg. Oh, you're muted.
Oh, I
Still
know.
muted.
Yes, I know. Yeah, the only thing I can say is what I to say again, what I said in the last meeting that we dealt with CIPs, is that this area of the East Mesa hasn't had a park ever for children. It hasn't a park there for adults. It's a linear park on a median on Engler, and and very far away there's two parks, not in a distance that children up to 10 years old could ever go and walk to. So this is a park that's been asked for 8 years, and I've been asking staff to try to find a park. And then I noticed this last time we went through the CIP, money was taken away from what was supposed to be used for this park. And so this is why I want to get it in a resolution so that it will be done. And if you all recall, we did talk about purchasing land for this, for a park in this area. We all agreed on in a meeting we had on real estate. So anyway, I'd like to have Kathy go ahead and give the presentation, and then I might have some closing remarks to make, and including a possible amendment.
Okay, thank you, Councilor. Okay, Kathy Matthews, you're on.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm Kathy Matthews, a landscape architect with the Parks and Recreation Department. Let me share my screen.
I hope you have a map, Kathy.
Councilor Sorg, I think I do not, but I may be able to get one on for you.
There's a map behind Councilor Flores. I don't know if she's back yet.
There we go. Mr. Mayor, Council, this afternoon we're discussing a District 5 neighborhood park resolution. The idea is to make a resolution to purchase land and design and construct a neighborhood park in District 5 in the Mesa Grande area. So I want to start off with a cost estimate of what it might take to build an approximate 2-acre park designed particularly for children with typical neighborhood park amenities. The cost estimate is based on recent attempts to purchase land for parks in the area. Also, design costs at approximately 8% of the total construction budget. That's typical. And the construction cost is based on recent costs for private park development, adjusted for actual costs of city to develop a park. So our recent efforts to purchase land in the area have garnered us the information that typically folks selling land want about $90,000 per acre. So that brings the cost for land purchases to about $180,000. Design is estimated about $39,000, and then construction at about $500,000. So the basic amenities for a neighborhood park include grading and drainage considerations. So if we potentially get some raw land, in essence, we'll have to grade it, make sure that it's cleared of native vegetation, grubbed to make it developable, making the site accessible for all potential users, and of course include a basic playground and swings, which are in high demand always. We need to take into account safety considerations, and then the idea would be to put in some standard landscape improvements and irrigation systems to go along with that. So with regard to funding a neighborhood park in the vicinity, I want to propose two different kinds of options. Option one, there is a potential for using Fund 4205, so-called the Philippou settlement. We would need to seek legal's opinion with regard to the ability to use this particular fund to design and build a park and purchase land. There's also Fund 4602, which is the 2020 NMFA bonds. There's the potential to unencumber funding from other projects. If they've come in under budget or the like, some of those funds could be unencumbered and then designated for this particular project. And then, of course, there is the option of funding from Fund 1000, the general fund. A second option, I wanted to consider it separately because it seems to fit very well, is, of course, funding from the park impact fees. Currently, the fiscal year 21 budget includes $2.2 million budgeted, and the projects for fiscal year 2021 are stand at $1.7 million. That includes $500,000 designated from park impact fees for land acquisition, leaving available approximately $514,000 that could be encumbered. So, and then an estimated time frame. For completing this kind of project, I do want to mention that a funding source will need to be identified for all of the steps: land acquisition, the design, and the purchase, or excuse me, and the construction. And so it's highly dependent on that funding source. And then other steps along the way that that will impact the time frame are actual successful identification of land that can be purchased, and then a successful purchase at a price that the city is allowed to pay, and then smooth process between contracting through public input and then also construction and closeout. So we're looking at a time frame from this month, should the resolution pass, through February of 2022 or July of 2022 to accomplish the complete project. So I did want to go over some of the projects that are already on the CIP, the Capital Improvement Plan, that are PIF funded. We have the Apodaca Park Aquatic Playground and Multi-Use Path. That's $750,000 grant match for the outdoor recreation grant that we anticipate receiving any day now, hopefully. The $750,000 is required for the match. We have the East Mesa Public Recreation Area in District 6 designated with a budget of $100,000 for that project. Metro Verde Neighborhood Parks in District 5, $340,000. We're slated for what we're calling the Ninja Park, a park within that subdivision in District 5 that will provide exercise equipment similar to American Ninja. Also, we've got the Water Smart grant going with irrigation upgrades in Districts 1 and 3, Apodaca Park, namely, and Hadley Recreation Complex, and then, of course, a land acquisition project. So,
Kathy, can I ask you a quick question before you go to the next page?
yes, please, Ms.
The last one, the 500,000, can you expand on that, please? So was your department already planning for a park in District 5? And if so, where? And where was the 500,000, where was that coming from?
Yes. So, Mr. Mayor, as Councilor Sorg had noted previously that the budget had included, and the CIP did include $500,000 from parking back fees for land acquisition within District 5 for a neighborhood park. That was adjusted with the budget adjustment at the last meeting, but the project itself still is, our thinking process still includes $500,000 from parking back fees for that.
Oh, okay.
So that has been on the CIP for a number of years, and we have been making serious and concerted attempts at purchasing land for this park, but to date we have not been successful. It's difficult to come to a price with landowners that is something that the city is allowed to pay. Oftentimes the landowners wish to, they value their land at a different amount than the city values it, or that our appraisals value that land at. So we have not been successful to date in purchasing land.
So Gil, why don't you just try to buy the land and then we'll reimburse you. Then that way there won't be the city.
Well, I actually have a better idea.
I'm just kidding. You can get it cheaper. Go ahead. What's your idea?
Yeah, the price you have, 90,000 per acre. Well, I guess it wouldn't be that cheap. I was told for a lot in a development out there is more worth about 30 to 40,000, but builders want to have more money because they figure they can make more money if they put a house on it. So that's why they inflate the price. And maybe perhaps they think the city has deep pockets too. This is all to be considered. But I was going to say that there's been a 941 at least, and they keep adding homes there built in this area, all with paying impact fees. So we've been robbing the impact fees from these houses to build parks and other things in other places through the years here. And so this is what goes wrong with our whole system that we have. But I was going to say there's two other options. One is, have we really tried hard to trade a piece of land? Can we trade an acre or two of land with people there, and therefore they get equal value? Because the city has many plots of land somewhere, and there might be one that might be appealing if we list them all, get a list of it. But on the other hand, do we have to have 2 acres? Now, my thinking there is that, 2 acres makes a very nice park, and that's true. But not too far away, just across, if we had the map, I could show you, not too far away is the Oro Vista drainage ponding area which is designed for a community or a regional park, but it isn't developed yet. And at someday, you know, there will be ball fields and soccer fields there, as well as other amenities. And so it's not too far away. Maybe we don't need a full-size park in this neighborhood. And the city does actually owns right on Mesa Grande, a plot of land that is not in the city, however, it's in the county. If you would see the map, there is a piece of the county that butts up right against Mesa Grande. And one of the 3 lots there, the city owns it. And it may not be a full acre, but it's pretty close, I think. It's a pretty large parcel of land. And so I'm thinking if we just had a small park, and we have lots of small parks in this city, as you all know, this might be sufficient. And it just depends on what kind of a design you could make on that park. So we own the land already. We've saved money right there. All we have to do is annex the parcel. And if the city owns the land, I would think the process would be pretty straightforward. Wouldn't you think, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilor. Do you know what street is it on?
Mesa Grande.
And do you know how far away from the current city boundaries it is? I'm trying to find it on the map here. Approximately.
It's the city boundary. Mesa Grande is a boundary right there at that spot.
Well, no, but you said that that it's not in the city.
Right.
So
It's in the
I take
county.
it it's out. Yeah, right. But how far away from there to the current city boundary?
It's on the boundary.
Okay.
Where is it located is both the Mesa Grande is the boundary of the city as well as the boundary of this property.
But, Councilor, the boundaries run north and south in that area, not east and west. So
This one runs north and south. Mesa Grande runs north and south.
Because I'm looking, I believe Peachtree usually is the boundary between the city and the county.
Yeah, but the county goes way into the city around there, up to Dos Sueños, the Dos Sueños neighborhood. Butts up against Dos Sueños.
And I'm trying to see if Mesa Grande intersects with Peachtree, and it doesn't. So are you saying if you take Mesa Grande all the way north?
Okay, find Central Avenue. And just to the south of Central, there is property on the west side of Mesa Grande that's in the county, and the city owns one of those. According to David Dullahan, that is. I have not seen a deed.
Okay, well, as you know, he retired, so what?
I hope he didn't take it with him.
No, sure not. Yeah, okay, well,
if we could get a map.
You know what, Sonia has her hand up. Let's see if she shed some light on this. Sonia Delgado?
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of council. Sonia Delgado, Director of Parks and Recreation. Councilor Sorg is referring to a piece of property that's out there. I don't remember how far out of the city limits it is, but we did contact the county. I was with David Dullahan in a meeting to discuss whether or not we could trade that piece. They did not have an interest of a piece of property as of yet, but they said they might be willing to have that discussion again a little bit later.
Who's in the county?
Yes, the county, yes.
Okay.
So I can try and revisit that again. And I would also like to address the 2-acre park. That is now our standard as a part of our Parks and Rec master plan. And we no longer want the smaller parks. We want the 2-acre park to give enough families to have enough room to move around and to recreate in different areas all at the same time.
I understand. Okay, make it 2.
Okay, Sonia, did you say it was on Central Road?
Yes, it's Mesa Grande and
Central, because they do intersect. I can see that.
And there's a small parcel. It's right next to a home, if I remember correctly.
And that's owned by the county?
Yeah, it's ours, but we're in the county.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see.
Mayor, the parcel is bordered on, it fronts Mesa Grande.
Okay. Well,
Mesa Grande at that point, just at that point, is where the boundary between the city and the county is.
Okay. Okay, well, technically, and I say this with all due respect, we don't have to have the county's permission to incorporate it. All we have to do is when we're ready to do it, we just have to let them know that we're incorporating this park. So if that's where the best place to put it, then we just put it there. But we usually...
I know it isn't 2 acres though. If we have to have 2 acres, it won't be good enough. But maybe we could trade that property. It's on an ideal spot.
Okay.
Put 2 or 3 pieces of property together. I mean, let's work the deal out here, okay?
Well, we got the resolution up there. That's, I mean, I don't know what else to tell you. We'll see what, I'm sure staff will do their best, but without having anything specific. But let me go to a couple of other council members, Councilor Beta-Stuvi.
Did Kathy finish her presentation?
Oh, I don't know. I'm sorry. Kathy, did you finish?
Mr. Mayor, I had a few more slides just talking about upcoming projects and proposed projects.
Okay, I'm sorry. Let's go for that, and then we'll go to Councilor Beta-Stuvi and Bencomo.
Not a problem. Thank you. Oops, I apologize. Getting going here again. So, Mr. Mayor, Councilor, again, Kathy Matthews, landscape architect with Parks and Recreation for the record. So there are some upcoming PIF-funded projects that are identified in the CIP in future years. All sorts of different projects, Benavides, four-field baseball, Waterfalls Park, etc. So the CIP does include plans for parks into the future to use park impact fees. And then, of course, staff is thinking of other projects as well that are needed and could be used, including Benavides Community Center, water meter, purchasing a water meter for that to make that park and make that master plan come to fruition, a restroom at Provincia Van Dam now that that soccer field has got lighting to bring a restroom to the vicinity, Brannigan Park master plan, that's an existing park that needs upgrading and renovation. Rincon Hills Park is a park that Parks and Rec is coordinating with a developer to bring into our system as well, including also Red Hot Villas Park, again, a developer-driven project, and then Highland Park as well, that we're proposing for park impact fee funding. And that was it. And of course, I appreciate the opportunity to finish up that presentation just real quick, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
And before I go to, thank you, Kathy, before I go to Councilor Beta-Stuvi, do you mind going back to the slide that showed the different options of monies? And one of them where it talked about the, there you go, that one right there. Yes. Okay, great.
Yes.
Councilor Beta-Stuvi, Bencomo, and Gandara.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilor Sorg, for bringing this up. I do recognize that in the district that you serve, this community does need access to a park and be able to utilize, all that the city can have to offer. The question that I have relates to that of, since there seems to be a bit of a hang up on the 2 acres for the park, is that's not a statutorial thing. If it's a policy thing and we are the policy makers, is that something that we can look into and change? From a perspective that I'm coming from with different families, utilizing parks, being around other families with parks, more of the pocket-sized parks or neighborhood parks are so accessible to people and are utilized really heavily in different areas. I know that it does require a different type of maintenance and schedule, and I recognize that. However, it does make it so that you have less of these, I would say, issues where you end up with large zones that don't have these types of services. And it also, I think, allows for those newer areas to get more of those parks. And then it kind of does forget some of our more established communities. I mean, looking at these lists and everything too, there's not a single District 2 item on these whole lists. And I think much like with Councilor Sorg,
that those established communities sometimes get left out. So thank you, Councilor, for your advocacy on this. And whatever mechanism, I think that brings us the solution in the most speediest way for your constituents, I'm happy to support. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And along your question, a great question, Kathy or Sonia, is that a resolution or an ordinance about the 2 acres, or is that just something internal to parks on the 2 acre requirement minimum?
Mr. Mayor, Kathy Matthews, it's not a resolution, it's not an ordinance, it's not a requirement per se, but it is a recommendation in our Parks and Recreation plan that council passed a year and a half ago or so. So that our neighborhood park should be the 2 acre size park. That's a traditional size for a neighborhood park. And that kind of size guarantees that we can fit the amenities that are required. I mean, pocket parks, of course, can absolutely serve a function within neighborhoods. And the city does have quite a number of pocket parks that are very popular and definitely serve the neighbors within the vicinity of them. But as I mentioned, a typical neighborhood park is typically considered a 2 acre park. It does work well for us in terms of maintenance as well.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, could I add a point to that? The problem with this area is that the county does, the county line and the city limit lines are so convoluted, and it's fingers going here and fingers going there of the county and the city. And so it's difficult to find just the right piece of land to do something like this.
So Councilor Sorg, you're okay if it is smaller than 2 acres then? If we were to go in that direction and with that piece of property?
Well, it's not me, it's the people there. I think from what I've been told, I think they'd be very happy with a nice little park of 1 acre or so.
Okay, I also think that if we do move in that direction, we're probably going to have to take a look at the bigger picture. And there may be some people that are in the county that may have to come into the city, which personally, I don't think they're going to have a problem with unless they own horses or, I don't know, whatever it's zoned out there. So if we pass this resolution, I think we're going to make it contingent on you doing some legwork with your constituents.
Well, yeah, if it involves annexing a little more than just the city piece parcel, there are 3 parcels in a row there, front Mesa Grande. And if we're ever going to finish Mesa Grande someday, we're going to have them as part of the picture there.
Yeah, because if they don't have farm animals, I don't see why they wouldn't have a problem. The price of the value of their property will go up once they get annexed in the city. So
yeah, I know they don't have animals today, except a dog and a cat.
Okay, got it. Okay, let me go to our colleagues, and then if you have any closing questions. Councilor Beta-Stubbe, were you done with your question?
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
Okay, so next is Councilor Bencomo and then Mayor Pro Tem.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks so much, Kathy and Councilor Sorg for bringing this to our attention. And as I'm listening, just in terms of the size, I really feel like the folks in this particular neighborhood deserve a good park, and they've been clearly asking for one for a really long time. So I would urge us to really think about not having the mindset of, well, they'll be grateful for whatever size park, because I think that feels really unfair to me. I think if we really should strive for getting these folks a park that fits their needs and that any other community throughout District 5 or 6 would get. So I think that we should really try to push for a larger park if at all possible. And then I wondered about these 2 options, whether one of them would mean it would get done faster than the other. Do you have an idea, Kathy, in terms of where the funding comes from, if that timeline would be, faster than the other one?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, thank you for the question. Kathy Matthews here. It seems to me that potentially the parking fee funding source has the potential to happen faster. That said, I'm not in budget, and the folks in budget are fantastic at their jobs. But my impression is that the parking back fee option would be faster.
Okay, that's great to hear. I mean, I think for me, that would be a huge piece to consider in terms of figuring out which funding source, and so that folks can get a parker sooner rather than late, park sooner rather than later. So I mean, you know, Councilor Sorg, I think I fully support this and getting folks a park. I think parks are incredibly important to quality of life. Kathy, since you had on the presentation, though, I had a question about a couple of the items you presented. Yes. Can you go to the page where you had the cost for the Ninja type park?
Let me see if I can find that one. It was $340,000, Councilor Bencomo.
Okay, is that include? I remember us having a meeting last year, council meeting, in which we reimbursed something to the developer for the park. Can you help me understand how that works?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, the Parks and Recreation Department negotiates an agreement with the developer and brings it to council to approve that particular agreement. And the agreements typically state that the developer will provide the land and will build a park on a particular land to the specifications and the requirements of the Parks and Rec Department, and then will be reimbursed or paid for that construction from the park impact fees. Generally from the park impact fees that are collected within that particular subdivision where the park is constructed. So we've done several of these with the developer at Metro Verde, where the developer plans for the location of the park and negotiates that actual location and the size with the city, with the Parks and Recreation Department, then proposes a design and again works that out with Parks and Recreation so that it meets our specifications. And then once that is approved, we seek an agreement with the developer. Council then considers that agreement and has typically approved those agreements in the past. And then upon completion of the construction and submission of invoices proving the cost that was expended by the developer, then the city reimburses from park impact fees for that park. This kind of arrangement has resulted in quicker and less expensive acquisition of parks within certain areas, because typically the land is donated by the developer, and the developer then can also typically design and construct parks more quickly and less expensively than the city can.
Okay, so I don't remember at this point the cost that was discussed to be reimbursed to the developer back in that meeting, but is this $340,000 in addition to that?
No, that is the amount, $340,000.
Okay, great, because I was like, wow, that's a really expensive park. Okay, great, thank you for that clarification, Kathy. My next question, which I think I should probably also just, if you're on, get a briefing with Parks in terms of this, so I can better understand how this works. But do we have regulation at the city that says, as the city begins to grow, I certainly am seeing a lot of growth in District 4, with new homes coming up every day, it feels like, that says there must be a park within every X number of houses that are built. Do we have that kind of regulation so that this situation, so we don't see it happening over and over again?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, Kathy Matthews, there is not a regulation requiring that a park be built. However, our Parks and Rec Master Plan does set as a goal that every resident within the city will be within a 10-minute walk or a quarter-mile distance of a park. So that is part of our master plan, and that's our goal that we seek to achieve, even in fully developed parts of town or less developed parts of town. That's our goal. Folks who construct single-family residences or multifamily residences within the city limits are required to pay park impact fees, and those park impact fees go to building all kinds of parks and facilities, neighborhood parks, community parks, trails, potentially for recreation facilities and the like. And so we, Parks and Rec then, in essence, is paid those funds. In a sense, it goes into the park impact fee fund, and then we expend it per the CIP on building parks as much as we can.
Okay.
Let me just ask a quick question, Kathy. Is there still a requirement, Kathy, if there was a large land developer who wants to build a large development in the city? I mean, we're talking about several hundreds of homes, that there is still a requirement that there has to be some land set aside or some type of park for that, if there's a certain size limit?
Mr. Mayor, subdividers are not required to build a park. They are required to pay park impact fees. And when we've been working with developers in the past to make these agreements and to build parks, we have required that they be 1 acre minimum in the past, and now based on our master plan, we require 2 acres. But there's no requirement that land be donated. It is an option, but it's not a requirement.
Okay, thank you.
Those are all my questions, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. So we've got Mayor Pro Tem and Councilor Vasquez joined us, and then Councilor Sorg.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much, Councilor Sorg, for bringing this up. And for your advocacy. As long as I can remember being on council, you've advocated for a park in this area, and been very concerned and quite disappointed year after year when it doesn't happen. I appreciate your tenacity, and I believe that those people do deserve a park. There's probably been kids have grown up without that park there, and others that are growing up without something like that. So whatever I think we need to do to make that happen should happen. But I also don't think we should sell ourselves short. I think that we have this kind of idea that we get what we, and deserve, or we don't have the 2 acres, so let's settle for something else. And I don't think that has got us anywhere. And as the conversation continues with Councilor Bencomo and Mayor, your question about after a certain, this large developer comes in and they're going to build hundreds of homes, they're required to have a park. And I think really, honestly, we probably should have stricter ordinances or measures so that those kinds of things happen. And it's interesting in the tour that IFO and I, Mr. Pili and I had when he first got here, and I was pointing out parks and different things. I think he was actually surprised about the quality of our parks, and no criticism to our Parks and Rec team. I think they do a wonderful job of maintaining our parks, but I think we sold ourselves short all these years, right? Year after year after year. It's time that we start working a little more diligently so that our people get the quality of life, the parks that they deserve. So whatever we can do to make that happen, I think it's important. And I just wanted to say that, Councilor Sorg, I appreciate your tenacity and advocacy, and I want to be able to support you. And the community in that area deserves a good park, a high quality park. So thanks, Mayor.
Thanks. So before I get to Councilor Vasquez, I think the real dilemma, and correct me if I'm wrong, Councilor Sorg, is You want it specifically in the Mesa Grande area and or Mesa Grande Road. And so that's a difficulty, is finding piece of property that, one, that's that size, and two, it's for sale. I mean, if you just go along with, let's just put it out in these certain boundaries out in that area, then I agree with what Councilor Bencomo is saying. But I mean, but the other thing is if we did go in this direction, you might be able to get 2 parks, because this one won't cost us any money if that's city-owned property, because then that just get to knock 180,000 off, and we could have another one down the road. But I think, it's, you want it in a certain area, and if we move in that direction, we may not be able to get it done by middle of next year, but we'll give it a shot. I mean, what I'm trying to get at is those are the challenges that we've experienced in the past. And although I hear what their colleagues are saying about should be 2 acres, yeah, I agree. But I mean, we can give something now and then also do something a little bit later. Because now
Mayor, I'm glad you brought that up, because I went back to look at the map, and I have it. I was wrong. There was actually 4 parcels along Mesa Grande, which is in the county and not in the city. But there's numerous parcels of land in the area there that are undeveloped, that have no developed on them. And I just don't think we've been trying hard enough to find a parcel of land. We might have to make some exceptions. But another thing to think about too, Metro Verde has multiple parks that are less than 2 acres. That's the way they did it because they have more parks, like you said, and they have more closer to people. And so there's so many options here. I just don't think we've explored enough options, the possibilities that are there.
Okay, but I would prefer, if we move in this direction, that we give specific direction to staff so that we don't just pass an ordinance and then it's like, well, where do we go? Where are we going to target? You know what I mean? That's the only thing that I just want to kind of zero in on. So let me get to the rest of the colleagues, Councilor Vasquez, and then come back to you. So if you can kind of help, decide where you want this, or if we move in that direction, where it needs to go. Okay, Councilor Vasquez. Good to have you back. Happy New Year.
Yeah, Happy New Year to everybody. Thank you. I apologize for being a little bit late. I had some delayed travel plans getting back home this morning. And also forgive the noise if I'm on the road right now. But I have heard from Councilor Sword quite a few times on this particular park, as Mayor Pro Tem Gandara mentioned. I know Councilor Sword and the good folks in this neighborhood really deserve and want a park, so I'm fully supportive of this. And another interesting point of discussion is by passing this resolution, what essentially, what does this trigger in terms of staff action? And Mayor, I think you're trying to get to that in terms of what happens next. And so it sounds like there's a couple of different options here. One being settling for a smaller size park that Councilor Sorg, who has his ear to the ground in his district, thinks might be still beneficial for his residents, the residents of his district there. And so I'm wondering, I'm not entirely sure it should be all of Councilor Sorg's job to go out there and pull folks door to door. I think staff should really be working on something like that. Once we pass this resolution, it's essentially the will of the council, for staff to carry off this work. And so if that is the option, I think staff should have a plan where they, essentially would then go and solicit public input to see what elements of a park would be desirable in a park smaller than 2 acres if you are limiting what you can put in that park, and if that is the option. So I think there should be a process for that in place if there's not already. And this is understanding that we're not, we're not following, the Park and Rec Master Plan or the Elevate Las Cruces guidance, because this is essentially a special exception, right? And there's going to be other special exceptions. I mean, I'm thinking about the park, the property that I asked the city to acquire on Nevada, that to integrate that into a small neighborhood pocket park or community place as part of the Nevada Cooling Corridor project. And so, I would just want that to also be to have a process in place that, you know, when we're not following the CIP or when we're not following the PIF schedule and there's a need that comes together like this, it's what's the process to get it implemented. So those are just some thoughts and maybe some questions for staff about how to deal with a situation like this, and perhaps a learning lesson, because I'm not sure that we all want to individually pass resolutions every time we want parks built. And so for this special exception, you know, what is the appropriate course of action to move this item forward?
Very good. Thank you, Councilor. Glad to have you participate in our meeting. So what I'd like to do, if I can, just real quickly, and still, I'll come back to Councilor Sorg. Kathy, can you go back to that slide there? I just want to take a moment as a opportunity just to share with, and I hope Councilor Bencomo and Abeta Stuvi, you may already know this, but I just want to kind of just share with you the Philippou settlement and what that's about. Anytime I have a chance to kind of just talk a little bit about it, you know, go back in time a little bit, and also this is good for EFO and maybe even I want to call him Chief Enriquez, but to Assistant City Manager Eric Enriquez and the incoming Assistant City Manager Ikani. So there was a visionary developer back about 10, 15 years ago named Philip Philippou, and he was putting together various developments. But unfortunately, that was during the downturn when the recession hit and things just dried up. And he had to settle up with the city. And so we actually he gave us some land. In fact, that's how we acquired some land in Las Vegas. It was about 10 blocks away from the Strip, give or take. Wasn't worth that much, but it's better than nothing. And then money that was basically, the city was owed money for infrastructure, for water, infrastructure, sewer, things of that nature. And so that's what that's for. And I just wanted you to be aware of it. Then also, when Councilor Abeta Stuvi asked the question, and I specifically asked about the ordinance or a resolution. So it's historically, if there had been a ordinance that it had to be 2 acres, then we probably couldn't deviate from that, because that's a law. We can't break the law. And so a resolution, we can make that's a policy. That's something we can kind of change. Like Councilor Vasquez said, we can make those exceptions, or I think Councilor Abeta Stuvi was asking about that. So I just wanted to point those 2 things out. That's all. So bottom line is if we wanted to move in that direction, we could, but we don't, it's not like we're violating any type of ordinance. That's all I wanted to point out. Councilor Sorg, so what'd you decide?
Just doing a cursory look at the map, I counted 5 or 6 parcels of land that could have a park on it. There were parts of developments and parts of them that are not developments yet. And so I was thinking that, if the staff could go out and explore those 5, 6, 7, or 8 even possibilities in that area and come back with the 2 best ones that we could choose from, that would probably be the best way to do it. But what I want to do is amend this resolution in the first, therefore that, at the end of the sentence, say, within 1 year after passing this resolution, that the park would be built.
I know you did that, and I purposely put it to July 1, because, man, that's fast. But okay, I mean, if you want to do that, that's why I did it to the end of the fiscal year of 2022.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Sorg, this is Kathy Matthews. I mean, staff, of course, will try to do anything required of us, absolutely, with no question. However, I do want to note that, some portions of this process can take quite a bit of time. I mean, the land purchase, even if it's available right now and we can negotiate a price, that kind of process can take 60 to 90 days, maybe more. Then, of course, we've got design and public input, and then construction. And so I think a year is, I have to say, I think a year is pushing it.
Let's push. Okay. Okay, that's fine. do your best you can. Let's see if we can, let's put a target on it 1 year and see how close we can get to it, eh? And as far as the, there was somebody else that was talking about something and I was trying to listen to Captain there.
While you're thinking about that, Sonia asked to put her hand up. Delgado.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes, Sonia.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of council. Sonia Delgado, Director of Parks and Recreation. Like Kathy said, we can do just about anything. We work very, very closely with Public Works because they are our builders. We don't build. We'll go out and do the public input and get all that information, and they'll have to build for us. They help manage that project. I'd also like to bring up that we will probably have to bring back the PIF projects, the entire list, and start prioritizing them. That list just kind of started, people from the community either coming through our counselors and then coming our way, or from the council themselves asking us to do certain projects, which we do not have a problem with. They're all some great ideas. But now that our list is getting larger and larger, we probably have it 30 deep right now. And we probably would have to make some changes on the top 10 to get this particular project done in a year, because there's a lot going on right now. With these projects, GoBond, we work very, very closely with Public Works, as I mentioned. And so we would probably have to bring that list back because it is starting to grow so we can prioritize them. So that way council has an idea of when their project might be coming up or why there might be a delay. We can prioritize those going forward. So just a suggestion.
Sure. I just remembered Councilor Vasquez mentioned about public input. That's great. I think we ought to have as much public input as possible. But I can tell you from the little, not so little public input I've got from there, they would be happy to have just a standard, ordinary playground park, like your average park is. And so doing month after month of public input, I don't think would be a lot of benefit. You might try it very briefly and see what you get, but going through the long process, such as have been doing with Chandler Tank, I don't think it's worth it. They want the park now. That's more important than what they get.
Okay, well, let me let Mayor Pro Tem speak before you do any type of resolution, please, and then we'll circle back to you.
Mayor, I'm so sorry. I even wrote it down and I completely forgot. I was going to tell Kathy to move to slide 7. I wanted you to just take note on the restrooms at Klein Park. That's something that community decided they didn't want to have. So they've had meetings, and I thought city was involved in some of those meetings. So that there needs to be taken off, or whatever it is that you do to omit that.
Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, we definitely can. It's just that particular project is still on the CIP at this point in time, but we can absolutely look at that and find about taking that off.
Thank you, Kathy.
Okay, Councilor Flores.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Ms. Matthews, for your presentation, and Ms. Delgado for explaining to us that there's a queue line. So, but I would like to fully support Councilor Sorg. He's represented that district for about 10 or 11 years now, and he knows his constituents very well. And I don't think that the community, the neighborhood in that area would be shortchanged or get, the short end of the straw by not having a 2-acre park. A 2-acre park has been well established now. And thank you, Councilor Bates, for bringing that up. It's not a statute or an ordinance. It's part of a plan that, and as plans in most instances are ideal. But in this case, I fully support Councilor Sorg. I think it's pitiful that there are children who were babies and now adults who didn't grow up near a park. I mean, I think all of us can say that growing up and going to the park to get together with friends or to celebrate a birthday party was really a highlight. So, just walking to the park with a friend, meeting friends there, and it's just part of a community. And I also would like to thank Councilor Vasquez for saying that Councilor Sorg should be out there looking at it, because that's something for a city to look at, and to figure out how we're going to do it. So I hope that the timeline can be as close to a year as possible, only because I think it'll fall through the cracks. And as Ms. Delgado pointed out, they're going to have to look at the PIF to see, where it falls into that queue. But I would really make a strong plea that that this particular project be moved up. I don't know how long before I became a councilor 3 years ago, how long Gil has been asking for this, but I know it's been quite some time. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Matthews and Ms. Delgado.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem, did you have another question, or did you forget to put your hand down? Okay. Okay, Councilor Sorg, well, you heard it. I mean, if you do the amendment, then it's going to be tough, but we'll try to do it, or if it passes. So
I would say that some of the houses out there, the newer houses out there, were started building between 2003 and 2005. That's when some of the building started, and most of the ones that are there now were pretty much finished by 2008, 2009. There's a smattering of new houses built after that, but the vast majority were built after that. And these are first house families that are there. They're beginning family housing is what it is. The new ones there's a lot of older houses there too, including trailer parks and so forth, and that kind of dwellings too. But yeah, I'd like to see an amendment passed that has that wording, that we get it done in a year.
okay, we'll go ahead and make the motion.
I move.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Sorg, second by Councilor Flores, to amend this resolution, that the completion date be approximately July 4th, 2022.
No.
You said 1 year after this amendment was passed.
Yeah, well, we're at January, so let's make it January 2022.
Just regular January, not put the 4th?
No, you said July.
Oh, I'm
You
sorry.
said July.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
January. Trying to.
In other words, just read it to say that within 1 year after passing this resolution at the end.
Okay. Yeah, that's the motion and the second. Christine, on the motion, on the amendment, please. It can be that.
This is on the motion to amend resolution 21-097 to add the wording for the first bat within 1 year after passing this resolution. So Councilor Beta-Stubbe.
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez.
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo.
Yes.
Councilor Sorg.
Yes.
Councilor Flores.
Yes.
Councilor Gondeta.
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes. Okay, so we're now on the main motion.
Mayor, I'll defer this to Kathy, but I think there was an amendment regarding options, but I'll defer to her.
Yeah, sure.
Mr. Mayor, Christine, yes. If Councilor could give us guidance regarding which option to proceed with, to identify some other kind of funding or to use park impact fees, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, so Kathy, if I recall, the money, we sold that property that I just mentioned in Las Vegas, and it probably went into the Philippine Fund. I don't think that, I guess what I'm trying to say is if we use that money, I don't see that would help still continue on the other projects that we have under the park impact fees, would it not?
Mr. Mayor, yeah, I would definitely leave parking back fees available for our future years planning and our even planning for those projects that aren't even on the CIP yet. So it would leave park impact fees available for that if you choose to use a different source.
You just had some concern whether or not it could be used.
Not so, Mr. Mayor, not so much that whether or not it could be used, but whether or not that would leave room in the parking back fees for projects that are already in planning. I mean, we can make that work. We can definitely make it work if park impact fees are identified as the funding source for this project. But if we don't have to, that just frees up park impact fees for even more projects.
Yeah, I would probably lean toward that because Mr. Philippou was a developer in the East Mesa primarily, and this would be a way of using that money to help with this park in this area.
Mr. Mayor, in fact, most of the houses there are Philippou houses, his development.
Well, there you go. So, Councilor Flores, you had a question?
No, I was just going to make the same comment that Councilor Sorg has made, and their park impact fees. So, you know, be it as they may be used, they will be used accordingly, right? Correctly.
I guess I guess what I'm trying to get at is the money that when we sold that land, when the city sold that land in Las Vegas, it probably went into that Philippou fund. Okay, so I would think that we may want to use that instead of the park impact fees, so that the projects that were identified maybe using the park impact fees aren't impacted. So that's all I'm trying to get at.
Oh, I see. Because what Councilor Sorg has meetings that
We kind of lost you for a little bit.
Okay, can you hear me?
Your connection in the Bahamas isn't working that good.
Okay, then maybe that's a sign from God to shut up. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Shut up.
Councilor Bencomo.
Thanks, Mayor. I guess I'm curious what the Philippou fund, how much it is, what it's usually and traditionally used for.
I think it was meant to reimburse Public Works for some of the things that they had to get done. A lot of it was public work infrastructure. A lot of it was drainage, things that weren't completed. Because unfortunately, subsequently, Mr. Philippou passed away even later on. But and I don't know what the fund, how much is in there. Perhaps I don't know if David Cedillo's around or if Kathy knows or even Tony, if they know approximately how much money is in there.
Yeah, and if it still gets tapped into for those sorts of things.
But I think it was meant to help reimburse whatever costs that they had, that they expended because they got it completed. Because Councilor Sorg can attest to this, there was some flooding that was going on and residents were complaining like, hey, this isn't right. And so we got it taken care of.
Yeah, there was a large project in the Dos Sueños for flooding.
Leanne Demouche just jumped on. So maybe she's one of the ladies with the checkbook.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. There is approximately in that count right now about $900,000, Mayor, Council.
Whoa, really?
There you go.
There you go, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. Councilor Bencomo, is that it? Okay, so then
Is anyone from Public Works on, if they can tell us if they still tap into that fund for those kinds of things that you mentioned?
Looks like David jumped on. David Cedillo.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, David Cedillo, Public Works Director. And that is one of the things that we're researching right now, and we're reviewing the agreement that was passed by council back when the agreement was first accepted. So we're reviewing that right now to see what is eligible as far as an expense goes. So before we say, yes, we could use this money, we're making sure that based on the agreement that was approved by council that we are spending those funds correctly. and in the way that the agreement was outlined and agreed to and passed by council.
Okay, if we do the amendment, we could put a contingency that it be comply with the agreement that David's talking about.
Yeah.
But if I recall, it was really meant to reimburse the city general fund because of the money that we had to expend to Public Works to get it taken care of, really, when you get right down to it. It was like 2.7 million, I want to say, that he was able to, he had between cash, land, and some other things that he was able to give us way back then. It's a long time ago. It's 13 years ago. Time flies. Ifo, you jumped on. Did you have something you wanted to say?
Yeah, Mayor, thank you. Mayor and Council, just a couple of questions as we set some parameters for next steps with staff, just so that we have some clear understanding here as we move forward. So just so I'm clear, we have any one of those 8 parcels or 2 of those parcels as far as the next step. We're okay with Councilor Sorg be able to take a look at those parcels. The other question is, the other thing I want to make known, we're okay with less than 2 acres, obviously. And then also, if necessary, coming back with the PIF to reprioritize if we're running, under the gun with this. But I just wanted to make sure those parameters were set, because then we can go out and work within those parameters, and so staff has some clear direction on the next step. Because I have seen, the threads going back and forth. I've asked for additional background from Sonia and acquire property. We were really trying to get those 2 acres and getting to negotiations. But I think if we have some parameters, if we're okay, because I know some councilors were mentioning maybe not wanting to settle for less than the 2 acres, but if we're good, that gives us a little bit more opportunity. If we're good with less than 2 acres, if we limit it to those 8 parcels, we can come back with that. But also limiting the opportunity, limiting us going out and getting more public input. I agree, Councilor Sorg. I think that'll push the timeline, and we'll just trust that you have had that response from your constituents, and so we know that less than 2 acres is okay, and any one of those 8 parcels is okay.
Well, Mr. Peely, let me say this. Just keep me in the loop, and let's meet about this later on after you get some more information and get some choices. Okay? I would like to meet right away and pick out the parcels of land that I see.
For sure.
Okay.
Yeah, but Councilor Vasquez said for you not to knock on any doors, so just.
Okay, no, we won't knock any doors.
All right. But Ifo, the other thing that I thought I heard was to maybe, which your timeline is good, but instead of using the park impact fees first, was to check the agreement with the Philippine settlement and see if that's eligible. And if not, then that's the default, is the park impact fee. But I also thought I heard council said, do your due diligence, your staff do the diligence to try to find 2 acres. And if for some reason they come up a little bit short, bring it back council, and then we'll decide then. But I think they don't want to just say, okay, well, this is what we got and let's just do it. But I think they want that extra 10%, 110% go, try to get the 2 acres if you can do it.
Great,
Yeah,
thank you.
Yeah. Councilor Bencomo, is that what you, because I know whenever you brought that, you had that concern. Is that something that's acceptable to you? Councilor Bencomo? Yeah, okay.
Sorry, I thought you saw me like shaking my head like.
Yeah, okay, the record reflects that Councilor Bencomo shook her head in the affirmative.
Time to call the question, maybe?
Well, did we do the amendment on?
Yeah.
On Christine, did we do the amendment on which fund to use?
Catherine?
No, sir.
Oh.
Okay, so do you want to, if you do the amendment, whoever, if you please make it contingent on it being acceptable, and then if not, then to default to the park impact fee. If you choose to use, if the amendment is to use the Philippou settlement money. And then,
Yeah, that's option one.
yeah, and if it's, based on, staff determining if it's eligible. If not, then defaults to the park impact. Need a motion, second.
Move to accept option one.
Second by Flores?
Okay, motion made by Councilor Sorg, second by Councilor Flores to make a second amendment to use the Philippou settlement monies, contingent on it being acceptable to the agreement, and if not, then to use the park impact fees. Is that acceptable, Councilor Sorg and Councilor Flores, for your motion second?
Very good.
Yes.
Christine, on the amendment, please.
This is on the motion to amend Resolution 21-097 to choose option one, contingent on the agreement. So Councilor Beta-Stuvey,
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez,
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo,
Yes.
Councilor Sorg,
Yes.
Councilor Flores,
Yes.
Councilor Gandara,
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes. Okay, now we're gonna go to item 7.3, resolution 21.
Mayor, we need to do the.
Oh, I'm sorry. Just checking to see if you're paying attention, Christine.
I was. So this is on the motion to approve Resolution 21-097 as amended. Councilor Beta-Stuvey,
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez,
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo,
Yes.
Councilor Sorg,
Councilor Sorg, you've been waiting 8 years for this.
Where is he? Oh, jeez.
Okay, well,
okay.
Maybe he took a bathroom break or something.
I'll just put him down as absent.
Oh, no.
No. Councilor Flores,
Yes, twice. Once for Gil, once.
Councilor
There
Gandara.
he is. There he is.
Yes.
Okay.
I was right.
Yes. Okay. Councilor Gandara,
Yes.
Mayor.
yes. Okay, now we're going to go to 7.3, resolution 21-098. Need a motion and a second.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Sorg, second by Councilor Beta-Stuvey. So I had a chance to speak with Assistant City Manager Eric Enriquez. What happened about 10 days ago, the Bloomberg Philanthropies had a presentation to the U.S. Conference of Mayors on some suggested task force for the vaccine, COVID-19 vaccination task force. And so they had a really good presentation. I took some notes. I gave them to the Assistant City Manager, Enriquez, and that's how this resolution came about. And basically, it's we all know that they're starting to roll out the vaccine, but a couple things that I just wanted to highlight that the presentation presenters at the Bloomberg Philanthropies said was it's important that, as you know, a lot of certain residents are a little hesitant when the vaccine comes out. And so to really focus on certain members of the community leaders that can go out into the public and kind of let them know, hey, this is okay. So, whether when the time comes, maybe we have pictures of you all getting the vaccine so that your constituents know it's safe. And then also just to have a little bit ideas of how to roll it out, because right now it's going on through the state. But once they communicate with the cities, then this would just be a good plan so that, what we don't want to have is any vaccinations or vaccines that go unused because we don't have the people to give them to. And I heard that that's happening in one of our neighboring cities that had to get rid of 1,300 vaccines because they didn't use them, and it only has a certain shelf life once it's removed from the 60-degree under or minus 60-degree temperature. And so I don't want that to happen. So anyways, I'm going to let Assistant Manager Eric Enriquez make his presentation. So
good afternoon, Mayor and Council, and thank you. Yes, I'll be presenting today a presentation on a resolution supporting the creation of a COVID-19 vaccination task force for the city of Las Cruces. Let me try to share the screen.
And you did a great job there, Chief. This is good. I mean, you took those little stuff that we had and really turned it into really something good. I appreciate that very much.
I have to give a lot of credit to Christopher Dunn. He put a lot of that together. So kudos go to him. Are you able to see the screen there?
Yes, sir. We can see it.
Okay, so as I mentioned, this is a vaccination task force resolution seeking your support today. The background is over 49,000 vaccines have been ordered and delivered to the state of New Mexico, and thus far 41,000, which is about 81%.
Excuse me, Chief, I'm sorry to interrupting. I don't know if the others, but is there like a little orange block that's right in the middle of your?
Yeah, I don't know where that.
Okay. I don't know if that's supposed to be you or Christopher making the presentation.
Try hitting the F5 key, see if that fixes it.
Good old F5.
No, I think ACM, I think you just need to click on any of the like black portion of it. There you go.
Oh,
Good.
wow. Check out
Thank you.
rain on Councilor Bencomo.
Yeah, great. So as I said, about 81% of the total have received what has been distributed thus far, which is a 49,000. There is a vaccine registration website, cvvaccine.nmhealth.org. Everyone in New Mexico is encouraged again to register. Over 230,000 New Mexicans have registered up to date. And New Mexico will be launching a vaccine call center to answer questions. Again, there's a tier system in the vaccine distribution. The first phase is 1A, 1B, 1C, currently still under 1A with plans of within the month to move into 1B. 1A is the health providers, assisted living, and people in that field of work. The city of Las Cruces received the first round of vaccination, which was the Pfizer vaccine. It arrived about December 15th, Memorial Medical Center in Mountain View and the Rehabilitation Hospital of Southern New Mexico. Las Cruces received about 2,300 Pfizer doses in the first 2 deliveries. And I would tell you right now, they're going through round 2 after 20 days. After 21 days, you're scheduled to get the second dose as a booster. It was administered to the frontline healthcare workers. Again, as you mentioned, Mayor, not to discard any of those vaccines with the Pfizer and the refrigeration requirements. It had to be used within 5 days. So the hospitals working with OEM and first responders, we were able to get about 35% of our public safety, which is fire and police, vaccinated during this time. So thus far, about 35% of our first responders are our public safety employees for the city of Las Cruces have received the vaccination. The Moderna vaccine was delivered on December 28th, and that one has a 30-day use or cycle, which it can be used within 30 days. So the resolution that we're looking for is to create a COVID-19 vaccination task force to coordinate with the community. and also to ensure the timely and effective delivery of the vaccine from the state distribution as it's provided, and to inform the residents of Las Cruces of the vaccination strategies. Communication and engagement with the residents to build the trust is really what this program is all about. I can share with you on a local, we are currently working with an MOU with the Department of Health for a facility to use for the general public as it becomes necessary. That plan has already been in the works. Also, as I stated, 35% of the public safety have already received their vaccine. We will be sending out a survey this week to all the city employees, all the departments, to see who is willing to take the vaccine and who needs more information, and actually who is not interested in the vaccination. Also in planning and the distribution, the resources, again, is the personnel, is the people. And currently, the fire department has over 50 personnel that have already shown an interest in administering the vaccination when the time comes for the general public. So this plan has been ongoing with the Department of Health, OEM, and so we're moving right along as we receive those vaccines. Also, the Las Cruces Public Schools has been involved in looking at different test sites and helping administer for the teachers as well. So with that, your council options are vote yes to approve, vote no to deny, vote to amend, or vote to table. And I'll stand for any questions.
Okay, thank you. And give me about 2 council meetings so I can not have to always call you chief. I know I don't want to take away anything from the other chiefs. So it's just a habit. So I'm going to go to Councilor Sorg, Abeta Stuvi, Vasquez, Bencomo, Gandara.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I just wonder if everybody heard that according to the NBC tracker, the top 3 states that have a highest percentage of vaccinated population is, as of last Thursday anyway, was West Virginia, New Mexico, and believe it or not, South Dakota. If you follow South Dakota at all, it's hard to believe they've done anything right. But anyway, I get off of that. Can you, well, first of all, I wanted to ask, is the state of New Mexico actually asked us to have this task force?
No, Councilor, this was, as I mentioned, about 10 days ago, there was a special presentation to the U.S. Conference of Mayors. And this was something here that this was really meant to kind of, I think, in my opinion, elevate, highlight the importance of the vaccine and allows our city staff to work with the state in coordinating when they send the vaccine, how to distribute it. And this resolution also calls for those people that, community leaders that maybe enlist their help to let the residents know that it's a safe vaccine. And
so this is done in coordination with the Department of Health, or is it done separately from the Department of Health?
To my knowledge, we're probably the first city to do this. I'm not aware of any.
So we don't know exactly how it's going to work quite yet. Is that what we're trying to say?
Mayor and Council Sword, they've had some trial runs. I can only speak of Las Cruces and OEM working with that structure with the Department of Health. And this planning has been going on for a few months now. And NMSU has had a trial run, and now with the hospitals working on that, and they've learned from those lessons so that we can move forward. I'm not sure if other municipalities or any other counties are doing that at this point, but the plans are in effect, and I think we're moving forward and doing a great job in trying to get prepared once it hits the general population.
Okay, so you're getting organized so that when the total population is ready to be given their vaccine, it'll be run smoother then. So we don't have to wait in line for a day or two.
That's correct.
Yeah,
I
I've
think
seen in Florida, that's the case.
Yeah, the plans thus far, what I've seen of the plans from the Department of Health is they're looking at doing, hopefully get like 900 a day.
Okay. So you mentioned there's 1A, 1B, 1C. The health providers are in 1A. Are the first responders in that 1A group yet too?
No, but in order not to discard any of the vaccines that were distributed, they were allowed to by the state to go and receive the vaccination at that time.
Or they will be in 1B for the most part then? Eric?
I'm not sure. I know the next one is those that are over the age of 75 and they're looking at employees that are essential in retail,
Okay.
somewhere along the, but I do believe they're in there.
Okay, that's fine. So in other words, that's why only 35% of the first responders have been vaccinated so far. You ran out of vaccine?
Yes, that's one of the issues. And the other, I can only speak on behalf of the fire department. We had 34 positive during this pandemic, and they're not allowed to receive the vaccine till a certain time frame, which is about 90 days.
Okay, very good, very good.
And Councilor Sorg, it was also shared with Doña Ana County Sheriff's Department, volunteer fire departments, and White Sands Missile Range as well.
Sure, I understand. So what you said, if I get this straight, so far the Doña Ana County has only received 2,300 doses of the vaccine, Pfizer vaccine?
That's correct.
Okay. And do we have any indication when the Madeira vaccine will be coming?
Well, some did arrive on December 28th, and I don't know all the details. I think after the holidays, they had a meeting today with probably a better indication of when the next shipment will be here.
Thank you, thank you. That's incredible, because this is one of the things I was going to mention in the comment after the meeting, that we wanted to get some more information on the vaccine. So this is awesome. Thank you very much, Mr. Enriquez.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Beta-Stubbe.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Enriquez. I have a ton of questions about this. I'm also, in full disclosure, since I've spoken about it much before, my husband is in the medical field. He is one that is delivering vaccinations actually tonight. Even he is staying late to doing more. And so I have gotten quite a bit of information. I myself will be very, very excited when they release the 1C phase with people with medical conditions and high risk, including heart defects, so we can get stuff. So I'm very excited to see that, and will and want to see our community progress with this. There's a lot of questions and a lot of details that have to come with the vaccination, and especially because right now vaccinations are in these 2-dose methods. And when we are talking about special communities and those that even have hesitations or limitations with being able to come in and taking the time for vaccination, having them to come in twice, especially in a fairly specific time grouping, it has to be done within, I believe it's around 3 weeks. After for the second dose, there's going to be a lot of coordination that has to come with that, and follow up to make sure that we are making sure that people are receiving those second dose of the vaccine. I'm sure we are working very closely with our OEM and with Department of Health. And I've heard of a lot of different ideas on theories on, is it better for more people to just get 1 dose? Is it better to make sure parties get the 2 doses? And so I don't know if you have any, have had any talks with those departments right now on what their thought and theory is moving forward as we look into this type of committee to see how we are going to target and look at at what we are trying to accomplish with these vaccinations, and then how we best advocate to make sure that Southern New Mexico is receiving proper amounts to handle those special populations.
Yes, Mayor and Councilor Stubbe, that is one of the biggest challenge that we face throughout the pandemic is the reporting, no different than who's positive, who's negative, how soon will we get the results. Those are some of the things that's going to take a lot of resources in tracking. I know the Department of Health is working on a software, not only for the registrations and the on-call, but also to be able to track and see who is going to receive the second dosage and how we're going to do that. That is still something that is being worked on at this point. The hospitals have done a tremendous job with their staff as far as scheduling their appointments. But again, the numbers, when we start talking about the general public, is going to be very challenging. But those are some of the talks and the communications. And you're absolutely right. The science is still saying is one dosage and not having the booster good enough for the vaccination is still something that I believe the CDC is also debating at this time as well.
And have we talked with the OEM and Department of Health? I believe this task force could be very beneficial, especially when looking on how to make sure that we have public awareness. And, you know, as Mayor mentioned, there are a lot of people that might have some hesitations and need more education or time or see trusted community sources have this vaccine. And so I think this can be very useful for those purposes. But I also want to make sure that we aren't going to be kind of duplicating efforts or slowing or limiting down what needs to happen or interactions that we've had just as the city with our OEM and with our Department of Health as we do these rollouts for the vaccination.
Mayor, Councilor Stubbe, again, I would say that those communications have improved since the onset, and currently Interim Deputy Chief Justin Allen is on board at the OEM as one of the Unified Area Commanders representing the fire and also the city of Las Cruces. We have the JIC, which is a Joint Information Committee that gets out the information not only for the public schools. We're talking the city, the county, NMSU, and throughout the city of Las Cruces. So the communication will be there to make sure that we distribute everything accordingly, where we're not duplicating the services and get that out as best we can. It is much improved than from the onset. So there'll be good communication throughout.
Okay. And, you know, the list that you just said there, a lot of those I could see needing to be members of this type of group as well. And we've heard a little bit about NMSU potentially being a place to give out vaccines, whether or not that is isolated to their community or for the community as a whole. I'm not sure. Those are questions I'm sure to be answered. But I think we need to be clear when we move forward. At the beginning of the pandemic, when we talked about testing, there was a lot of communication about working with NMSU for community testing, and that changed over time as it does. But it didn't, what was sort of said to us, I think, at the beginning and what ended up happening, their testing, they had a very wonderful, robust testing, but it was limited to their community, the NMSU community, not necessarily for the public. And I just want to make sure from when we move with vaccinations to figure out right away, I think for us, if their work is going to be limited to NMSU itself and on campus, or if it's going to be used with community items too, and us at the city adjust as needed.
Yes, Mayor, Councilor Stubbe, I can share with you that part of the use of NMSU is their resources, such as student nursing and things of that nature that will be available to also be a resource to help out with the vaccination. Whether it's a site there that's planned out, it will be determined if it's for community-wide or just their population. But when we mention NMSU, we're talking NMSU and some of the resources that's available that they can provide to help the general public.
Okay. Thank you. And then to make sure, as we move forward, what type of costs might be associated? I'm sure there's going to be costs for advertisement, how to sign up, getting that word out. But just once again, as we've seen with testing, everybody said testing is free, but that's only with the DOH. When you go to other areas, there are costs associated. Hospitals, I'm sure, they're not paying for the vaccine itself, but there's time and equipment, personnel time that has to be taught. And those costs usually get pushed onto a consumer at some point. And so just making sure that we are helping as much as we can through the DOH to make sure all costs throughout are free for the vaccination, and that there are no charges for the public, because that will be a limitation. And I believe we're still aiming for a 70% of our population to be vaccinated. So I'm not sure if we have any preliminary numbers on what that would look like for our community. But yeah, if those are things that we have now, or these are, I'm sure, probably first items that need to be within this committee to be worked with.
Yes, ma'am, and we'll work on those.
Thank you. And thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thanks. Great questions. Councilor Vasquez.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Assistant City Manager Enriquez. Yeah, I think in general this is a really good idea. I think we've seen some reports nationally about the federal government perhaps not coordinating in the delivery of the vaccines as best as they could, with states in particular, and really leaving it up to the states to do the legwork and logistics of getting the vaccines actually in people's arms. And so I think that definitely leaves an important role for us as a city to play a key role in that. So thank you, Mayor, for being proactive on that and not getting caught flat-footed in case there's something that we can do. And I would also add, I think, to some of Councilor Stubbe's comments and questions about the best way to actually vaccinate people. I'm not sure, Assistant City Manager Enriquez, if you know of how the vaccine rollout will really take place for the general population, because I've also heard that, ideally you'd like to have as many people vaccinated at one time as possible. And so mass vaccination events are things that some certain medical professionals seem to be advocating for, if they're done right. If people aren't standing in line for 3 hours or 4 hours in, adverse conditions, and can actually get these done in a timely manner, versus not crowding a whole bunch of people together who haven't, been vaccinated yet, and getting them all to be in a line, I guess, for a long period of time. And so I was thinking about, when I was hearing these comments about our own convention center, right? Like we have a pretty good opportunity to socially distance people in a place like our convention center, in the various different entrances that we have to bring people in. But anyhow, I'm wondering if this particular working group would work with the State Department of Health to determine that, or if the Department of Health already has developed guidelines to how they want to administer the vaccine here locally.
Mayor, Councilor Vasquez, Eric Enriquez. Yes, that's why in part of the presentation, it's New Mexico has launched the website, the CV vaccine for New Mexico Health registration for the general public, and it highly encourage people to register. because that's one way of eliminating the lines, and they can respond to them and give them their date for the vaccine as it arrives. So that's one way of combating the lines, is by people going online and registering. And I think they're still working through some of those kinks in the software, but once it becomes a regular way of, I should say, doing business, then it'll be more efficient and effective.
Thank you, Chief. So it sounds like we'll be deferring to the way that the Department of Health wants to distribute these vaccines. It seems like it's going to be by appointment. I'm just wondering if there'll be a role for this particular working group to perhaps have input onto how that's done locally, or if the state is gonna work with local health providers and private businesses to do that, or if the city has some role to play there.
Let me jump in real quick, Chief and Councilor Vasquez. What I wanted to do is, and it looks like there's a support, is that we probably need to have an amendment to determine what size you want this committee. And I was thinking at least 3 council members as members of this committee to help with the rollout, to help oversee and provide their input. So but until I knew that the support was there, I didn't put that on there, but I thought we could always make that amendment. So I didn't mean to interrupt, but go ahead, Assistant Manager.
Oh, yes, Mayor and Councilor Vasquez. Yes, absolutely. And that's why even from the beginning, the onset was to establish and to set up the Office of Emergency with the systematic approach of incident command that fire and OEM has to help the Department of Health organize and structure. So they're always willing and open to suggestions, but when it's mandated by the state of how many vaccines we get or how many tests become available, we're limited, and that's where our hands are tied. But I know that they would be willing to any kind of recommendations or thought or assistance from the city or this committee.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Assistant City Manager Enriquez. I think, like I said, I'm a little bit scared of getting caught flat-footed because the federal government, at least to this point, hasn't seemed to have been coordinating well with the delivery of the vaccines in individual states. And if the state is unprepared, I'm not saying that they are, then it really leaves it up to the city to be able to figure this out. And so if this is part of the role that this work group can take on, and perhaps one of the members or several of the members representing the city can push for certain things to like you said, to cut down those the times, that it actually takes people to get the vaccine. If there are mass vaccination events, to where we can offer up city resources, even, provide city security services or overtime for employees who might, to help, get folks vaccinated in the late hours of the afternoon or evening, whatever it takes. I think to get back to the normal that we all really want and really envision, it's going to take, reaching that level of herd immunity through the vaccination process that allows us to then hopefully reach those levels to open up businesses again and to get back to somewhat of a normal economy and a normal life. So I think the vaccination process is just so key to us getting there. So thank you. The other question I have is around a public information campaign. And one of the things Udell, former PIO, Public Information Officer Udell Behill used to do was, come up with some, working with his staff, come up with some really cool campaigns whenever we wanted to get some messages out just about the vaccination process in general. I think you may recall, I think about this one all the time, but when we put in those parking spaces downtown and we were asking people to back their car up, I mean, what an effort that was, right? We had to make Lego animations just to suggest to folks that there's a right and a wrong way to park on the new downtown streets. And that takes a lot of effort and creativity. But this is, in my opinion, so much more important than parking right downtown. And so it should be accompanied by the same type of public information effort. And so I would hope that the Public Information Office is a part of this group. Mandy Goss, and her team, especially when we're talking about bringing city leaders in and community leaders in to be examples. I think, you know, this is something we should be working on now, and perhaps after the creation of this work group, that should be a priority, is to get the message out on this. So is that what you envision being part of this working group, is a public information kind of campaign as well, Assistant Manager Enriquez?
Yeah, Mayor and Councilor Vasquez, absolutely. Right now we have the Red to Green campaign, and some posters just came in with the different slogans so that we can get city departments, we can get elected officials on there and start posting those and getting them out. We also want to do the same thing with the vaccine, and Mandy Gus and her staff are working on it right now. They're getting information on billboards, see if we can even get some billboards out there with some photos of some of the community leaders out there that's indicating and promoting to get the vaccine.
Thank you. No, that's really important. And I think, like I said, I think this is just the catalyst to get us to green. I'm not sure that we're going to get to green, honestly, without the vaccine, just given the type of spread that we've had, seeing the lack of progress from various counties. I mean, all but I think one county or two counties that have gone to yellow that are sparsely populated. Catron County, I think, is one of the ones that just went to yellow. Without this vaccine, I'm not sure we'll even get to yellow or green, and that's just based on the data that we have over the last several months. And so this is just as important. It's really important. So thank you for that, Assistant City Manager Enriquez. Thank you, Mayor, for suggesting those amendments, and more importantly for putting together this task force. I fully support it. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Bencomo.
Thank you, Mayor and City Manager Enriquez, and to my colleagues for those great questions and suggestions. I also agree that this is really proactive thinking on our part. I agree that, you know, the federal government has really left this up to states and cities, and while I am sure that the state will have a great plan for public distribution, I think it's important that we set up our own infrastructure, especially because we have the ability and the resources. I think the state will have to implement a lot of their resources in rural communities, right, where there aren't perhaps so many resources. And so I think that this is really important. I do have just a couple questions in terms of, you know, Mayor, you mentioned having city council representation on the task force. Have you given thought, you or Assistant Manager Enriquez, on who else would be part of this task force? You know, I would obviously love to see folks who, you know, perhaps someone from the fire department, folks who understand how some of these things work, perhaps even someone from the medical field, right? But I'm just curious if you'd given thought to what kind of folks you'd like to have on the task force.
Thank you for that, Councilor. So the information that was given to us, kind of like a template, was, let's see here if I'm going to find it. It says these are the four main items that they would want to see, what they think that a task force would do. And so of course, to create the COVID-19 vaccination task force would be needed to coordinate a community response to the COVID-19 vaccination rollout. That's one. Two, whereas the objective of the COVID-19 vaccination task force will be to ensure timely, efficient delivery of vaccines from state distribution to local administration sites. Just basically says to provide logistics, setting up clinics, staging areas, and more, establish lines of communications with relevant agencies, address issues, and I think that's what was discussed. The third one, it says, whereas this task force will help inform residents about the vaccination strategy of the city of Las Cruces and will promote efficient and equitable distribution, identify individuals and communities at high need for vaccination within each tier of eligibility, estimate likely vaccination need across priority groups and key areas of the city. And then the fourth one, whereas this task force will assist in engaging residents throughout the city, possibly the county, to maximize vaccine uptake and build trust with residents through communications and engagement campaigns, everything that I think Councilor Vasquez was talking about. engage community leaders, organizations, trusted messengers to support outreach and engagement efforts. So to answer your question, I was going to let those, really the council decide. I mean, you all know your districts very well. I also think that perhaps, depending on how this goes, we need to reach out to the smaller communities like Mesilla, Anthony, and others, you know, because we're all one big county. And, you know, I think they're gonna, so once we can get some feedback from the state, how are the vaccinations gonna come down to the cities? And, but getting back to your original question, this is the main thing, is the community leaders. I mean, whether it's, you know, we even if it's recording something from, you know, yourself or Councilor Vasquez in Spanish, and maybe the chancellor from the university, or, you know, some people there that we can have them saying how this is important, or maybe when the time comes and they get their vaccine, they can have a picture taken, and we can just share it with them. Because the webinar that they explained to us is there's going to be a fair amount of people that aren't going to want to trust this vaccine. And the good thing is, interesting thing is, you know, my youngest son kind of read up on it. And you know how some vaccines have a little part of the actual virus itself? This one doesn't. So this one here is just, it's amazing how scientists develop this, but it's meant to create whatever they create in the body, to once it knows that something has invaded it, it knows how to build up its system. So it's pretty interesting. So it doesn't have like the flu vaccine. I know, and people don't believe this, but you know, I took the flu shot years ago and I got sick the following day. And you know, I just did. I didn't. But this one here doesn't have that in there, and that's what we need to kind of let the public know. It doesn't have that type of, doesn't have a little piece of the virus in there to fight it. This was all done by scientists, and it's just kind of incredible to know how they put this together.
Yeah.
Explain it for you, Mayor.
What's that?
I can explain it for you.
Okay, well.
Chemistry, what I took in college.
Thanks. Mayor, thanks for that. I appreciate it. I will say that I think similarly to, not totally right, but I think in a PR sense, similarly to the census, where we had a lot of experience in figuring out how to get to communities that really didn't trust filling out the census and how incredibly difficult it was, right? And there is a portion of the population that will not get this vaccine because they just will not, right? But I think there's a much probably bigger portion of the population that will be scared, that will not know if it's free, that will not understand that it's accessible to them, right? That I think those are the folks that we really need to focus on in terms of how we communicate. And I will tell you, last year, there was some polling done around census, around trusted messengers, and the people who polled the lowest were elected officials, actually. But I will say that, you know, other trusted messengers are actually firemen and doctors and nurses and faith leaders. And so, you know, I think that there's, you know, it's important for us to really think outside the box when it comes to who those messengers can be. And, you know, and when there is a plan that I think certainly this task force can help the state in coordinating when there comes for time for public distribution. I mean, I certainly hope it's not by appointment only. I feel like that's going to take forever. But, you know, I really do hope that we are able to do some of what Councilor Vasquez was saying in terms of some of those sort of mass distribution events that are safe. And I think we have the resources and the ability to do that. So those were just my question, if we'd given thought to who would be on it. But I do support this. I think it's proactive, and I think it's a step in the right direction.
Yeah. Well, thanks, Councilor. And you know what? I like those ideas. It didn't go, and I think they may have talked about it. I mean, I don't have it handy, but I think they did talk about faith leaders. So maybe when we do the amendment, you know, just say this is what you want to see, at least these certain groups included. But if I could just give you something, and I know it was met with, I don't know, I ran it by somebody and they didn't think that we could do that. But let's just say hypothetically, when I stop and think about those on election day when they go vote. And you think about it, all the different polling places around the city, right? And then there's a list of the people. You go in there, give them your name, boom, you go vote. Well, why couldn't we do something similar to that with nurses and those that can give the shot? And you just give them your name, and here you are, and okay, and there you go. And then those that, you know, maybe they can have a universal list when they agree to take the shot, and it's updated, and they can go to various places around the city to do it. So just kind of like what you're talking about, because I've seen lines 2-3 hours long, you know, and you're right. I mean, if we can do that, like we do elections, why not? I mean, that's what I think the task force can maybe discuss and work out some things. Okay, looks like Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Vasquez, you're done, correct? I think so.
Yes, I'm done, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Enriquez, for the presentation. I am also for this task force, and some of my questions around who would participate in the task force. It sounds like Department of Health and the Office of Emergency Management, and now, Mayor, from your suggestions, a few people on council. I just don't want there to be a duplication or any wires crossed with the already conversations that have been had with Colin and the Office of Emergency Management. And so I want us to be really proactive, advocating for, again, I've often have felt that our communication as it relates to the Office of Emergency Management has been a lot to be desired, quite frankly. And I think we've all been pretty clear about how we feel about that. And in my estimate, jockeying into position to ensure that we have representation. So I've appreciated from David Maestas and now EFO, leadership, having representation, fire and others there to be able to sort of ensure that Las Cruces, the city of Las Cruces is getting what they need. And so honestly, anything that we can do to make it easy in terms of distribution and the kind of conversations that are being had with the state is an important one. Also to include I'm thinking when I think about this, that a media campaign needs to be developed. And Mayor, I completely agree about working with the county and all the small towns and villages in the county. I think that's important. I know that in the conversations that I've had, being really concerned about our numbers and how we try to reach from red, yellow to green, having the conversations with EFO and staff, and then Mr. Macias called a meeting. I had been talking about sort of what is the documentation, the statistics, and honestly, the downtown, my area continues to be the larger area that has the most diagnoses, day to day. And so I've been really appreciative of EFO working with Mandy and others to come up with a media campaign. And so continuing in that vein, right, is important to me. I think all the information that you have currently about what 1A, 1B, 1C means, and it is important that currently so many of our health providers have received it. So many of our assisted living folks have received it. This is how many of our fire, how many of our police that have already received it. I think all those things are really important, and discussing kind of the education. I think educating the community about what this is, using the Department of Health and others, I think is important, like getting that getting registered, all those elements, Mr. Enriquez, that you outlined in your PowerPoint and presentation, I think would be important to do. And we just need to flood, I think, our community with that information. So my question, I guess I wanted to, did I hear correctly that only 35% of our fire received the vaccination because the others had tested positive and they need to wait? Did I hear that correctly?
Mayor, Councilor Gondra, this is Eric Enriquez. Yes, that's a combination of police and fire, 35%. I think police has 200 staff and fire 170, and out of those numbers, 35%. And part of it is those that are willing to receive it, those that have tested positive, were not able to receive it, and then those that were able to attend that specific date when the vaccine was available. So what I'm saying is we've gotten 35% thus far.
And so I wondered if some of this information has been vetted through legal, like what are the legal ramifications in the event someone gets COVID and doesn't take a vaccination, and what would those consequences be? I think for sure having legal representation, I guess to my point, having legal representation on that task force is really important. And I wonder what kind of conversations have been had with Jennifer Vega Brown and OSHA, and those things will, especially being that they're essential workers, what are those consequences to the city as we move forward? Would be important elements also to discuss and to know as council. Has that happened, Chief? Or excuse me, Mr. Enriquez?
Yeah, Mayor, Council, Eric Enriquez. There has been some conversation. I can't say that we've specifically spoken to legal, but with HR and risk management on some of those issues with some of the leave and the consequences, and HR is well aware of it and doing some research and looking at it. It's still fairly new, but those are some of the things that we will have those conversations in anticipation of.
So I appreciate the conversations with HR, but I'm asking EFO to have that conversation, Mayor, with legal. I think that's really important moving forward. The other thing is I didn't for the Eric, for the 1B and 1C, the 1B, which category is that? And do you know when about we would be sort of moving in that next category of the next category?
Mayor and Councilor Gondra, I'm not 100% sure on the categories. I'd have to go back and do the research, but what I've been told is within the next month we should receive that for 1B, and definitely those that are over the age of 75 are in that category.
Okay. Okay. I'm just going through my notes. Yeah, Mayor, I thank you for being proactive. I think that this is an important thing, not only as a vaccination task force, Mayor, but I also have been reading a lot, reading up on certain, once people are diagnosed with COVID, the kind of therapy, and why am I spacing it? I've read a lot about it. The infusion therapy that one could get. You don't hear a lot about it. I wondered if it's available to our constituency. There are a couple of companies that are distributing it. It's a promising, right? Promising practice, if you will, experimental at best, but there's a lot of really positive implications for many folks. And I just want to make sure that if funding is, that if our hospitals do not have it, why not? Is funding the issue? If so, how can we how can we help as a city? I understand it's around $23,000 to have this sort of infusion therapy. And again, I just think that if that's available, we should make, and cost is an issue, or people feel it's prohibitive, as Councilor Abitastuvi indicated, then the cost gets, put on the consumer. I want to be able to assist in any way possible.
Okay.
So I would hope that this vaccination group would also have those kinds of conversations related to experimental drugs that may or may not be available to our constituency at this point in time. That's it, Mayor. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Before I get to Councilor Sorg, we have a public health PRC?
We do.
And who are the members on that?
Mayor, I'm chair.
And who are the other two?
And it's Mayor Pro Tem and Councilor Flores.
Yeah, the Three Musketeers.
Got it. Okay, great. Councilor Sorg, and then Councilor Abitastuvi.
Yeah, I simply wanted to say thank you, Mayor, for bringing this up. This is really important. And thank you, Eric, for organizing it. The organization of this vaccine is extremely a high priority, something I was worried about how we were ever going to do it. So I'm so glad we're getting a committee here going that will do it. And just so you know, Mayor, the vaccine uses messenger RNA, which is made from DNA, and instead of a dead virus, like many other vaccines are, like you said. And this messenger RNA is used to make proteins. And so this messenger RNA is a special RNA only found that in this vaccine, and that stimulates this body to make antibodies. And the antibodies are what fights off the virus. It's a little more complex than that, but that's a good start. Yeah, people are already asking about this registration system that the state has made up. They're concerned about losing their place in line, so to speak. So it's so good that we are proactive on doing this task force. Thank you so much again. And just in case, if you need some help, I'll volunteer.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate that, Councilor. So while everyone was talking, I just jotted down a few names, and let me just run it by you all, see what you think, and if so, maybe we'll make an amendment to this resolution. So I think the Assistant Manager Enriquez, the Interim Fire Chief Smith. Now keep in mind, I know, and I want to follow what Councilor Bencomo talked about, but this committee is the backbone to put and make those calls, work those MOUs, get everything going with the various people who have access to the vaccine. Now, when we go down to trusted partners and who we want to have make that message, I think if we use the same, use our communications office to do the same thing that we've done for the mask up, to have different people do that, that's a different one. Okay, this one here is just the city individuals and perhaps, and I'm going to suggest the county clerk here, but to put this in place, and then they'll put the tentacles out to those various people. So Assistant Manager Enriquez, Interim Fire Chief Smith, someone from the legal department, someone from the faith, a couple of faith leaders, maybe the CEO of MMC, the CEO of Mountain View, 3 city councilors, and we might as well just use the ones from the health PRC, Abitastuvi, Gandara, and Flores, maybe the superintendent of schools, the chancellor, or their office. It doesn't have to be the chancellor, just someone from their office, whether it's chief of staff or such. The county clerk, Amanda, and then Lynn Gallagher from what's that department called?
Quality of life.
Quality of life services. And then I envision that group to, be able to do whatever they need to do and have that those meetings. And then if they come up and say, hey, yeah, let's use these firefighters, or let's use these faith leaders, or let's use doctors or nurses, we've got people right here that can make that call. They can help put that together. And then, of course, using our communications office and such. And then if Amanda joins us, you know, the clerk, I really think if we can somehow, I mean, they've got that list. Literally, if we had the turnout that you had in the election, boy, that's a heck of a, and they ran it in one day. I mean, think about it. If we could somehow do it like that, how the election works, you know, and use, you know, lists, and maybe there's other ways to develop lists, but they have the infrastructure. They know how to, you know, countywide especially. So, you know, maybe they can't do it. I don't know, but I would like to extend the invitation to her as well and see if that's something that she'd be willing to do. What do you think? I don't want it to be huge. This is 13 people here, you know, but, and granted, I know a lot of them won't be able to do it right away, but at least we reach out to them. Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Bate-Stuby.
No, Mayor, I'm fine.
You didn't? Okay.
I want to remind you that we should include, you know, someone from the county, like Mr. Macias and our commissioner, and some of the other folks from the smaller communities as well, just to represent. But I agree that that's a good place to start with the county.
Well, let's say they have the infrastructure lined up, whether yourself or myself, you know, we can, you know, coordinate that through Mayor Perea's office in Solon Park or Mayor Barasa there in Mesilla. I mean, and, you know, they'll know how to have their residents come and go to these various places, depending on how this committee puts this together. So, you know what I mean? I'm just trying to get the infrastructure part of it. We can always reach out to them for sure. Absolutely. I think it's imperative that we do. Councilor Bate-Stuby.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just going to ask if it can be included that just a representative, but not necessarily designated as a specific person from the hospitals, just since I know they're all working in very different scopes right now, and so whoever is available instead of just a specific person.
Yeah, sure, CEO of MMC or their designee.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, that way, exactly, because I know a lot of them, they won't be able to do it. But by having their designee, then at least their office is informed, and that would be really helpful to, you know, because they'll, you know, like for example, what if the vaccines we get require the, what is it, below 60 degrees below zero or something? You know, where are we going to get the freezers at? You know, maybe we can use it from the hospital or something like that. You know what I mean? So these are the logistics that we need to work out, and I think this committee will tap into just about anything that we need, and then that's the first layer. Then the second layer will be like Councilor Bencomo talked about and I'd like to see that list, because I agree with her. Those what she mentioned are trusted individuals, and they're the ones that can go out. But, you know, and then we may need to have someone do something in Spanish, and for those to understand that, hey, this is safe. And if they see a picture of Councilor Vasquez getting the shot, or you know, they'll say, oh, okay, well, I guess it's all right then. You know, I don't know, as long as he doesn't scream. So, all right, so
Mayor.
Yes,
Eric Enriquez, if I may just say, you know, the DOH and OEM and all the representatives working together under the Unified Area Command are doing a great job in planning and the operations. And so we don't want to duplicate the services, but as all the counselors have mentioned, and great comments on how important this is, and we need to get it over the hump. So this task force will be great to assist and to help them to get over this and really get the vaccine out. But we want to be careful, you know, we don't want to get into the task and the operations and doing the things that they're already doing and duplicate the services. But I totally support this and encourage that we do get leaders of this community, because we'll need over 70% of the population vaccinated for this to work. And this task force can be the ones to get us over that hump. So thank you. And one other thing is that we may get to the point where right now it's state driven. That's the other comment I was going to make, but it could go into the private sector where CVS, Walgreens, Walmart, all the pharmacies get it. And those may be another thing that again, this task force could be very influential in helping the private industry as well.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Very good. Okay, so if that's okay, then I would need a motion and a second to amend the resolution to include up to 13 members and, Office of the Assistant City Manager or their designee. So all these will have or their designee, the fire department chief or their designee, someone from legal, two faith leaders, Memorial Medical Center, Mountain View, 3 council members of those, I'll name specifically from the PRC, the Health PRC, Beta Stuvi, Gandara, and Flores, Las Cruces Public School Superintendent or the designee, Chancellor of NMSU or their designee, County Clerk or their designee, and Quality of Life, and Gallagher or her designee. So if that's acceptable to you all, just need a motion and a second.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Beta Stuvi and second by Councilor Bencomo, sound like, wouldn't it?
Well, I second it, but it's okay.
Oh, you seconded it, Councilor Flores? Okay. All right, Christine, on the amendment to create this committee or task force.
So this is on the motion to amend Resolution 21-098 to add the membership of ACM or designee, Chief Smith or designee, legal, 2 faith leaders, MMC CEO or designee, Mountain View CEO or designee, 3 counselors from the Health PRC, Superintendent of Schools or designee, Chancellor of NMSU or designee, Lynn Gallagher from Quality of Life or designee, and the County Clerk. So Councilor Abeyta-Stube.
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez.
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo.
Yes.
Councilor Sorg.
Yes.
Councilor Flores.
Yes.
Councilor Gandara.
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes. Okay, great. Thank you. Back on the main motion.
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 21-098 as amended. Councilor Abeyta-Stube.
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez.
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo.
Yes.
Councilor Sorg.
Yes.
Councilor Flores.
Yes.
Councilor Gandara.
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes. Okay, now we go to item 7.4, Resolution 21-099.
Bring it forward. I move to approve.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Sorg, second by Councilor Vasquez. So I guess it was, there was an article that the Sun News put out when we had passed a second round of funding to the restaurants, and how it was a great article, and they talked about the restaurants, how this really was very helpful for them. And so I was going to do a third round, and Jennifer suggested that I didn't need to really do the emergency proclamation, and so I just said, okay, I'll just do the regular, I'll do it this way. And then also Mayor Pro Tem reached out that I guess La Casa was seeing some spikes and wanted to know if there was some available funding. And so that's why I had wanted to do 75,000 that's what we gave them last time. And then another second round of funding for the restaurants. So if we did a third round of restaurants, it would be yet another, I think it was a set of 10 restaurants or so, or 15, I can't remember, but it couldn't duplicate. So it can't be the ones who received in the first round, couldn't be the ones who received in the second round. This would be yet another third round. And I honestly see us continuing this for a while, even after the vaccine comes out, because every study I've seen and meetings that I've been at, and I think we even had a presentation a while back, probably no one knew it was going to last this long. We got to help those businesses kind of ramp up again. And I equate it to those that, like, for example, it's been a long time since I've been to a gym. I can't just go where I left off. I mean, I got to start slow again. And it's kind of like the same thing with a business. We got to help them ramp back up, get back going. And I think that's something there that, and I appreciate it, all of you and your support to help our local businesses, because they really do need it. So, and that's what this resolution here is for. So I'll let Natalie talk a little bit about it, because it's kind of broad, and maybe we need to fill in the blanks there. And then I'll go to you, Councilor Sorg. Natalie, you want to make your presentation? Natalie Green?
Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Natalie Green with Community Development for the record. The resolution before you is to allow staff to develop and execute agreements with nonprofit partners for COVID-19 assistance. Just a little bit of historical background. Council has awarded over $3.2 million in the last year to COVID activities. Those activities have largely centered around direct financial assistance for housing, utility, rent, food, masks, PPE distribution, utility assistance, and some economic development initiatives. Council continues to recognize that COVID poses a risk to the health, safety, and well-being of our residents, and that there is a continued need to support them with expanded supportive services. The resolution, if adopted, would allow, again, staff to execute, not only develop and execute agreements up to $150,000 without further council action. So under our current policies, agreements with nonprofits are exempt from the procurement code, but they are not exempt from the mandate that anything above $75,000 has to come back for council resolution. So this would, in a very limited scope, allow staff, as long as it's an agreement with a nonprofit for direct services for sick and indigent for COVID-19, up to 150. That does not take away the requirement that we have council approve any budget adjustments. So we would need a council approved budget adjustment to still, we could execute the agreement, but we still need council approval to have the money to back the agreement. And just for reference, any contract that we execute with our nonprofit partners has to demonstrate compliance with the anti-donation, provide direct client services. The agency needs to be able to document client eligibility and compliance with the sick and indigent provision or the low-income guidelines provisions. They have to document their residency within city limits. And the agency has to demonstrate fiscal and organizational capacity, meaning that they're a 501c3, they're able to withstand a month or two without reimbursement, they can meet our insurance requirements, and that they have audit or financial statements and can demonstrate that they have some internal or financial controls, so that they're fiscally sound. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Okay, thanks, Natalie. So, as I mentioned, I wanted to do a third round of funding to the restaurants, and then also the funding to La Casa. So how do we get that approved? That at the very minimum.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, Natalie Green again. So staff will need to bring a budget adjustment for the dollar amounts that we would want to award to La Casa or FYI. The reason that staff did not do it now is, one, the food initiative in particular is still, round 2 is still underway. So they staggered those vouchers over a 3-month period. So that round 2 will not expire until the end of February. And even within that time frame, there's some leeway. So they have not actually expended their funds. So they have about $200,000 between their food initiative and their harm reduction contract that they still have to spend and exhaust. So it doesn't mean that the program's not operating. It's just there's always a delay. So with the vouchers, one, they have to distribute the vouchers. Those vouchers need to be redeemed by the client at the restaurant. The restaurant bills FYI, FYI bills the city.
So all of that takes time. So, and then with La Casa, we have a similar situation in that we have several contracts with them that are currently unexpended, that we're just waiting for them to bill for reimbursement. So again, we're not in a position to execute new contracts if they haven't expended their current contracts. So based on my discussions with all the NGOs, we're looking at a potential budget adjustment, if it's the council's wish and desire, in late February to early March.
Okay, so one quick question, then I'll go to Mayor Pro Tem. So let's just take the restaurant initiative. Are you saying that the council can't have FYI begin to reach out to yet another 10 or 15 additional restaurants? Because obviously the third round isn't going to be to the current second round recipients, it's going to be the whole new group. So you're saying we can't have two sets of restaurants going at the same time?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, we could look at that. Again, my understanding is that they'll likely have sufficient budget after this second round to begin to look into another round. So until they really work through that voucher redemption, because there's no guarantee that all the community members that get a voucher will redeem a voucher.
And okay, and the second question is FYI the only partners that we can use, as opposed to, say, Southern New Mexico Community Foundation? You know, is FYI the only ones, or if, and I'll just use the generic Acme organization can do it as well. We can't give it to Acme, and then Acme goes out and finds another 10 or 15 restaurants to help them, you know, to move on it.
Mr. Mayor, again, Natalie Green for the record. At that point, I'd have to probably defer to legal or finance. That sounds like we would do an RFP to select the possible organization. I know you mentioned Community Action of Southern New Mexico. My understanding is they, at this time, do not have capacity. One of their, they're a small operation as it is, but then one of their employees is also on active duty. So that has limited their staff even further.
Okay, I got you. Okay, thank you, Natalie. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I appreciate that. So are we saying that, I guess, sorry, Natalie, the voucher program, they can't do a new voucher program for 12 or 15 other additional people until they expend that money? Where does that say? That's part of the procurement or part of our policy?
Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem Gandara, I would not say it's part of policy. I would say it's more about our fiscal conservatism. Council has previously mentioned that it's about performance-based contracts. So we want to ensure that they're meeting their terms of their current contract and spending their current funding before we just go give them more money. I'm not saying that it's a reflection of them or their service, but it's just good financial practice. But again, I'll defer to procurement or purchasing or city managers if they have a different take on that.
So does somebody want to answer that? Legal, procurement?
I say that if we can do it, we need to do it. I mean, these businesses are struggling.
February is a long ways away and we have a lot
exactly. And it takes a while to ramp up. Yeah, it takes a while to ramp up.
It does. I mean, I had FYI calling me, asking me to talk to several of my restaurants in my community, which I did, in my district, which I did. I'm not sure that they were able to get all the paperwork together. I realize it's a huge lift for everybody, but it really helps the restaurants. And frankly, if there's a different way to do this, I think we should really consider another NGO or other ways of doing this so that we can keep this going as long as possible. I think it's a win-win, not only to help feed our community, but also our restaurants.
Absolutely.
The other thing is, Natalie, as I noticed on the La Casa one and talking about really congregate care, right? I know that in talking to Henry, one of the things that they're really in need of is cleaning supplies to do, or, deep cleaning to ensure that there isn't the spread of COVID. And this is really limited to direct service. Although I think this is really important that it needs to be part of direct service, but I wonder if there's some flexibility to help with some of the funding to be around the safety, right, and well-being of the kinds of services that they're providing, and just the number, just how expensive truly it is for folks who are doing congregate care. Especially when someone's testing positive for COVID, they have to shut down, they have to do a deep cleaning. But when you have children and families that are coming, right, frequenting in and out of there, I think it's super important that we help in whatever way. So I don't want this to be as limited and a little more flexible. Is that possible?
Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem Gondar and Natalie Green, for the record, I will defer to legal. My understanding is based on the anti-donation, it has to be direct service related. Unless we try to avoid operational costs, unless that cost is directly related to the service. So we can look at that. I will say, rest assured that La Casa has a $125,000 CDBG contract that's unexpended that they can utilize for cleaning services. So they are not, they're not left without other resources. And I have spoken to all the NGOs and they all echoed the same thing I'm telling you today, is that they're not ready for the funding now. They'll be ready in February or March. So this resolution, if approved, just gives us that flexibility to execute those contracts very quickly up to the 150. And then council just has to approve the budget adjustment, which would approve the funding.
I appreciate that, Natalie. And if we can check for some of that, I would say that probably a lot of that money is accounted for, I would say, from now until the budget cycle. So if we have some conversations and there's some flexibility, that would be important as well. I also had reached out to Mayor. We had the ARID Club. Those of you that are not familiar with the ARID Club, they provide AA and NA and have for years, I mean, decades and decades, they provide a great resource to our community, and their service array has been jeopardized, quite frankly. And so I know that our representative have reached out to me. I think Mayor, we've had some conversations back and forth. We talked about utilizing the community foundation, right, as a pass-through for some funding so that they can continue to maintain. And as you know, you all are reading how difficult it is to maintain sobriety, for addiction and those. And so anything that we could do to help in that area. Mayor, I'm not sure if she reached out to you and if we solidified that in any way, and if that was something that you were willing to move on as utilizing community foundation.
She did, Mayor Pro Tem, but then I found out according to the email that I thought she sent, that she sent it out to all council members. And when I first heard that, I gave it to the city attorney and said, I can't deal with that because I don't want any potential open meetings violation. So I know Jennifer has been in communication with her, and that's where I leave it at that, because of the fact that I can't remember if she sent it or somebody sent it, that she actually communicated to all of you. And, I know she didn't know, but you can't do that. And so that's why I ceased all communication with that.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilor Flores?
Yes, thank you. Yes, I was a recipient of that email. My understanding of the Open Meetings Act is that a person can communicate to all of us. So long as we don't reply back to all of us. And my reading of her email, Athena Huckabee, was that she was very specific as to what they needed the money for. It wasn't necessarily get together. It was because they can't because of COVID. it had to do with repairs of the building that they do meet it. So I think I forwarded to the mayor and to Cassandra, excuse me, Mayor Pro Tem. But then I think she blind CC'd everybody else. I don't know. At that point, I didn't do anything because, in my opinion, it's not going directly to services. But for the building where they meet, where they're not meeting now anyway because of COVID. But I'm glad you sent it over to legal, Mayor Pro Tem, because that's, I think, who has to look at it.
Yeah, I know in talking with her at great length, I actually had a conversation with her. It was not only for the repairs, but for the actual rent, which means they'd have to have that in order to continue whatever services, be it telehealth or ICE. And so it was my understanding that not only was for some great repairs that were needed, but for the service.
Yeah, I don't know about the repairs, Mayor Pro Tem, but looks like Jennifer jumped on, wants to make a comment.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I was in contact with Ms. Huckabee. We've right away, and we went back and forth a few times. And she said that she was going to let us know immediately as soon as they identified something that did provide direct services. For the time, it didn't really fit under that definition, but we are in communication, and she knows to contact me as soon as something is identified.
Good.
Thanks, Mayor. I appreciate it. Thank you, Jennifer. Those are all my questions.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Flores, did you have another one, or forget to put your hand down? No questions. Okay, so Natalie, so if we pass this resolution, I guess we could make an amendment to have staff determine whether or not we can do yet let me try to say this, and I say this, and I don't want it to come across the wrong way. I know that our current the company or individual or NGO that we work with hasn't expended their funds, but I know that there I'm sure there's at least 10 or 15 and more restaurants that could use this, and I hate to have it held up because this one NGO that we work with hasn't expended it, and I think that we should at least explore another third round if we can do that right away. I understand. I appreciate. Believe me, I appreciate your fiscal conservatism, which is good. But in light of this unprecedented COVID, I mean, we got to pull out all the stops, and we're fortunate that we have the monies to help. Extremely fortunate. So that's just my thinking that if we can make an amendment that we pass this for yet a third round of funding for our restaurants, 12, if it's an additional 12 at 150,000, and determine if our NGO can start yet a third round, and then let's start looking for an RFP for yet another a carrier or NGO that can help us, because I don't want it to be bottlenecked by one or two that can only do that. I'm sure there's others that can do it, and we just haven't reached out. But we need to really, I think, do our best to make it happen. There you go. That's a good soundbite. Make it happen. Now, did you have something, Councilor Flores? Looks like you.
Yes, I wanted to support what you're saying because Mr. Kavanaugh reached out to me, and no one in my district was in need of the vouchers that he had. But I don't in any way want to disparage anything about Mr. Kavanaugh, but it seems to me that there's a need that there are other restaurants that would be able to distribute the vouchers, or, you know, people would be able to get their meals. So perhaps there's a way of lining it up so that, and as Ms. Green said, you know, unless they've expended the funds, then they can't, they're not in line for more. But if it could be set up in some way so that both can be accomplished, I don't think they're exclusive. I think that you can, but what do I know? I don't, you know, I'm not aware of the exact details as to how those things are done. But it seems to me that it should at least be in queue, or, you know, other distributors should be identified. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, did you have another question?
I do, a comment, Mayor. I'm a little concerned about this, because I know that right before the holidays, myself, Councilor Abeyta-Stubby, and Bencomo was a part of the food distribution voucher program, and we distributed tons of those vouchers. And we not only did it there on a Saturday, we did it later at the mass distribution site in Messias Park Elementary. So I don't know if it's because the holidays occurred and they haven't billed for it, but it feels like, or maybe they didn't get the number of restaurants that were necessary. I'm not sure, Natalie. Can you be a little more specific? Because I know that they're doing it. We were a part of the distribution site, so.
Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, so they have staggered the vouchers, so they distributed about 6,000 in December. There's another 6,000 going out in January and an additional 6,000 in February. So their ultimate goal in doing that staggered distribution is not to overwhelm the restaurants where they get too many vouchers in one, and then also distribute the vouchers among the 12 selected restaurants. And I do want to note that when they did the initial RFP, they had to extend the deadline to even get to the 12 restaurants. So there was only initially 8 applicants, and they kept the RFP open longer just to get the 12.
Yes.
Wait, let me clarify that. You're saying that there's only so many restaurants that signed up to get the vouchers?
That is correct. So when they did our competitive RFP to local nonprofits, initially only 8 applied. And they left the RFP an extra week to get the additional 4.
Did anyone from the city reach out to some of these restaurants to see if they'd be interested in getting these vouchers? Or we just advertised it and then whoever responded? Because I would think that we might have some people that could that's on city's payroll that could be making some phone calls and say, hey, you know, the city has this program, would you be interested? They don't have to take all the vouchers, but I'm sure if I had a restaurant, which I don't, but if I did, and someone said, hey, you know, we got these vouchers here and you want to make 1,000 meals or 500 meals and you get paid, just got, yeah, sure, I'll do that. I think we need to, you know, I can think of a couple people that can make a few phone calls, I would think.
Mr. Mayor,
I'll make a phone call. I'll make the phone calls if you want me to.
I made some of those phone calls in my district because Brian reached out to me, and I got a few people. I don't know what the what the end result was, but I certainly believe that if we have business registrations, there's a lot of ways that we could be communicating with our folks.
Mr. Mayor, Natalie Green for the record, and I'm sorry to interrupt Mayor Pro Tem. I did send the RFP out on the business registration list. I also utilized Economic Development's mailing list that goes out to approximately 3,000 businesses. And they sent that, I believe, twice, at the beginning of the RFP and the day before the RFP closed. So it went out on several mailing lists and the interagency council list, and then FYI utilized their Facebook advertising, and that received about, I can't remember if it was 16 or 20,000 views and was shared across the social media platforms. So if they were a registered business within the city of Las Cruces, they got an email about the RFP.
So I appreciate that, and as I was interrupted, I mean, frankly, our businesses are not looking at their emails on a regular basis. And so to rely on something like that has been difficult. I know of a lot of people that I've reached out to, like, I think what Mayor is trying to say, and I agree with him, is that it's a special touch, calling and saying, look, we know this is what's going on. Can we help? And this is one way to help. And I know that the 3 or 4 restaurants that I reached out to did not indicate they had received the email. Now, whether they did or didn't, I'm just saying that I think there is some other things that we could be doing. And I'm happy to continue to help in that way. Mayor, also, is there a different way that we can work to help other businesses, like BizSprint or other ways that we can help businesses pivot and develop an e-commerce or something else to include not just the restaurants, but other creative ways to help other businesses?
And Jennifer can jump in on this, but I think if we develop a list of restaurants that either have curbside or delivery or pickup, and we advertise them all and we pay for it, I think as long as we inclusive of everybody, not just and leave those out, that might be something. But believe me, we've tried every different way, and as to not violate the anti-donation clause. But
right.
That's why I like this system here, because one, they're helping those that are less fortunate. 2, you're helping the restaurant to make meals and then keeps their employees employed, and they get money. And that's why I think we need to. This thing needs to go into 4th gear, and it needs to always stay in 4th gear until we get everybody back in place. That's the way I look at it. And like I said, we're very fortunate that we can do this. We can run this for weeks and weeks and weeks and just keep doing it.
Yeah, I agree, Mayor. But I guess I'm asking, is there another way, without defying the anti-donation, to help other businesses aside from restaurants? Yes, keep it in 4th gear for the restaurants and continue with this food voucher program. But another way that we can look at, without going against anti-donation, to continue to help other businesses.
Yeah, we've tried. If you have some other ideas, maybe not necessarily now, but run them by me, and we'll go through legal. But we've tried everything from having employee or businesses hire employees again, and it's possible under LITA money, and that's a possibility. But that's something there that we got to have staff develop. That's about the only thing that I'm aware of. Unless you know of anything else, Natalie, feel free to chime in. But we've been, doing everything we can to figure this out. And this one here,
I'm not suggesting that we're
I
not.
know I know what you're saying, and the other businesses, but I'm not aware of others. We've tried, we've run everything. Ask Jennifer. She has a whole list of things that we can't do. So not that she says no all the time, but she just can't do it and it violates anti-donation clause. So.
Sounds good, Mayor. Thank you.
We have Councilor Bencomo, Councilor Vasquez. Councilor Bencomo.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I think I also perhaps we need to just take a step back and make sure that the prescription we're providing to this problem is the right one. And if it's not, then that's okay. Then how do we go back to the drawing board and figure out how other ways to support it? And if it is, then let's keep doing it. I also want to make sure that we manage our expectations when it comes to our partners. FYI is already running an incredibly important organization. Like, they already have many things that they're doing for our community and our youth and our families. And then on top of that, right, they're partnering with us to be able to do this. And so if they haven't gone through this first round of the second round of vouchers, I don't necessarily think that's a bottleneck. I think they're also stressed. Like, it's also an organization, they're not immune to the stress of this pandemic. So I just want to make sure that we're talking about our partners with the utmost respect, because they have done a significant amount of work in our community, particularly when I think about folks like FYI and CAA. And so if folks are telling us we are not ready, we are overwhelmed, then I think we need to listen to that and say, okay, what are other avenues? Perhaps we do go back to the community foundation, or I don't know, but I don't necessarily think that we should be saying what's going on there, right? I don't necessarily think that's fair. I also do want to note that that I do hope that businesses and administrators are checking their emails in a time of a pandemic, when you know that you're struggling with the hardship and you know that that people are trying to help. I do hope that you're checking your emails, and I hope that you're doing your due diligence on your part to make sure that you get connected to the folks that are extending out a hand. And so I just want to make sure that, we keep some of those things in perspective as well. But Mayor, I think at the end of the day, this meal voucher program is a great idea. And is it what's still necessary? I don't know. I'm not saying it's not, right? I just want to make sure that we are, like I said, providing a solution that is still the right solution. And if it's not, that we be okay with that, and that we perhaps think about something else. I don't know if there's a way that we could do a survey of some sort for some restaurants in terms of, is this voucher, would you be interested in participating in a third voucher program? Some way to figure out how to best connect with the folks that have not participated in one and two. I think everyone involved are trying as hard as possible, and sometimes we just have to have a little grace and do the best that we can. But I do want to make sure that that we go back to all of our partner NGOs and make sure that everyone still has funds to be able to get to people. Yes, definitely small businesses, but folks struggling to pay rent, bills, basic essentials, right? And make sure that they still have the capacity to be able to do that moving forward. So I don't really have a question. I just wanted to name that. I fully support this, Mayor. I think it's a great idea. I just sometimes wondering if because of this conversation, if we need to take a step back and sort of figure out how to best launch this third program. Okay, so let me ask Natalie one question, and then I'm going to pivot to Jennifer. So Natalie, when you say that our NGOs are overwhelmed, can you expand on that, please? And maybe is it the staff that they need more staff, or can you just expand on that?
Sure, Mr. Mayor, Natalie Green. I didn't use the word overwhelmed, but
maybe someone else did. I apologize.
They are not ready for a next round of funding. We are in communication with them fairly often, weekly, to review their progress and ask them what they need and how we can help. So I've had those discussions with the executive directors of the nonprofits that we're helping, and most of them say that they have enough funding until February or March. And so, like Councilor Bencomo said, they are not immune to COVID. So they have staff that's working remotely. They have limited capacity within their buildings, limited staffing.
Okay, that's it. Limited. Okay, that's fine. Let me ask Jennifer a question now. So Jennifer, is it possible to use city staff to help these NGOs that are limited in staff, to help them process, working to get these vouchers out or redeemed or however you do it?
Mayor and City Council, I will have to, that's a good question. I will have to look at each of their agreements, because that is something that would have to be outlined in their agreement. It's a minor amendment. We are allowed to have in-kind services. So that would be considered an in-kind service. As long as they're providing a direct service, we can do an in-kind payment. So we are allowed to do that. We'll just have to look at the agreements. I just need to see what the language is like, and we can amend it pretty easily.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, and I just, and I say this with all due respect, I find it hard to believe that if we had city staff helping, and I don't know, Mayor Pro Tem, I guess you've seen the paperwork that they have to fill out. I mean, is there a way to streamline it so it's not that difficult? I mean, we just need to know, I don't know what the application looks like, but their name, the ID number, the tax number, various certain things. It may be a one pager. I don't know how many pages it is, but this is, I mean, for a business to have customers, I mean, that's the hardest thing. Any business is trying to find the customers, but if we can literally give them the customers and the money, this is like, it just doesn't, I'm having a real difficult time understanding this here. We need to make it happen, make it work somehow. And if we can do that through some city staff helping NGOs, I don't see why we can't do that.
Mayor, can I just, this is Councilor Bencomo, can I just add a point to the overworked comment?
Sure.
So I also happen to sit in nonprofit spaces with my other job, and nonprofits are overwhelmed. They are overworked. I mean, these are direct service nonprofits that were already stretched before the pandemic, that are already working with indigent, the sick, with low-income families, that are undocumented folks. Like, these organizations are already doing this work every single day. And then the pandemic hits, the populations that these organizations are serving were doubly, triply affected by the effects of the pandemic, right? So then you add all of those things to, sometimes I think nonprofits are very much the unsung heroes of our communities and often don't get the credit they deserve for what they do. And I want to note that they are absolutely overwhelmed. And so I want to make sure that that's clear, because I think they play such a huge part in our community, and they have been such good partners to the city throughout the pandemic and throughout some of the efforts that we've been trying to do to get relief out there. But the nonprofits are very overwhelmed.
Councilor Bencomo, I get that. I really do. And I agree with what you're saying. But what I'm trying to get at is earlier in the year, we had a problem with electrical inspectors. We didn't have enough. And people said, why don't you just hire more? And that's just kind of the same thing. I understand it. They can only do so much, but we need to work out another arrangement with someone else to help with that overload, because if we can do that, then, and I'm not saying to just constantly use that one, but if we can have some other arrangements with a few others, then we can help that many more restaurants. That's all I'm trying to get at. That's it. Natalie had her hand up, and Larry too. So let me go with staff first.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Natalie Green for the record. I do have one update and one comment. I got an update from FYI. So 4,000 of the 6,000 vouchers in December have been redeemed. So that's sufficient, or that's good progress. So the next round of vouchers will be distributed, and we can work with FYI to maybe distribute some of those out of City Hall and some additional areas around the city. The other point I want to emphasize is that this program is a meal program, so it is about feeding people. So support to restaurants is a secondary benefit. So in order to comply with anti-donation, it is ultimately a food and nutrition program. So I just want to make that point of clarification. So a benefit to restaurants is secondary to feeding people.
So Natalie, let me ask you a question. On these vouchers, do these restaurants, so let's say you have a voucher and it's 100 of them, right? Do they have to pay for these themselves and then submit it to the NGO to get reimbursed?
Mr. Mayor, the way the program works, so FYI distributed about 1,500 each restaurant gets about 1,500 vouchers. Those vouchers are passed out community-wide. So those customers are able to take that voucher to one of the 12 restaurants listed on this screen and get a $10 meal. And then every Friday, those vouchers are turned into FYI, and they cut a check within the next week. So they do bear the cost of those vouchers until they get reimbursed, but it's 7 days.
Okay, got it. Very good. I think you're done, Mayor Pro Tem, or did you still have something else?
I have two things to.
Oh, okay, sorry about that.
It's
And
okay.
then Councilor Vosk. Oh, wait a minute. Larry has his hand up. Staff, no, Larry Nichols. Larry?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and City Council, Larry Nichols, Community Development. We've been discussing a lot today about why some of these programs are maybe not getting the help to people that we want to see them get to. Natalie and I meet every single day. We talk about the progress of the invoicing that's coming in for the distribution of these funds. I go through every day through my workflow. As soon as one hits the approval list, I approve it. But those approvals sometimes are coming in at $1,000, $1,200. And it's when the folks get that invoicing together, which is part of their agreement, it's part of their contract, they have to adhere to that. When they get that presented to us, we pay it right away. But sometimes it takes the businesses and the nonprofits an amount of time to get that accomplished. And then the other thing that I'm, like you, Mayor, and other council members, I'm kind of curious about. You know, we had a benefit program with the Economic Development Program Department where they were putting out money grants to small businesses. And then we got word back that, wow, they didn't have nearly as many applicants as they thought they would have. And that struck me as strange. You would have thought that would have happened. Then we've had another situation with one of our programs where the child care said, we just aren't getting people to come in. They're not, bringing their children. And so we want to suggest that you could use that funding for some other program, like paying for funeral expenses, I think was what was developed. But the overall idea I'm presenting here and discussing is we need participation from the city is doing a lot to make this help and funding and relief. But we need to have the other side participate at the same degree of energy in order for this to be more effective. If we do this resolution is approved, then yes, I think we will have to amend our agreements. Legal department will have to help us with that to make it possible. And maybe we can find a better way to get the applications processed more quickly, to get their funds released more quickly. But I'm stating that we need help from the applicants and as much as the help that we're providing to them. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thanks, Larry. So, Natalie, do you have something else you want to say, or you just forget to put your hand down?
I forgot to put my hand out.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to go to Councilor Vasquez, who's been patiently waiting. Councilor Vasquez.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to my colleagues as well for all of the wonderful input and ideas. I think, Mayor, you said it right in that we are fortunate and we are blessed enough as a city during this time through fiscal prudence and other opportunities we've had to be able to provide assistance. And so I share your frustration in having that ability and perhaps not being able to quickly enough or adequately enough meet the needs of our community as a whole, the way that we would like to, I think, as a council and as a city. So, one thing I think about is specifically to Mayor Pro Tem Gandara's comment of how to help other businesses. FYI is not a marketing and public relations and communications business. That's not their specialty. And so I could see why in providing all the direct services to our families and our youth and our community,
that getting the word out about a business assistance program might not be their area of expertise. And I think we also have to recognize that and be okay with that. And also as a city, you know, I often think about the expectations of staff and just, you know, how much staff is asked to do on a daily basis, where we could pivot resources, where we could use internal staff, and what the culture is really of allowing department heads and administrators of certain offices or certain programs to also outsource some of those services, right? If our city staff can't do it, what's to say we can't outsource a marketing contract to a local firm to actually market this program, right? We'd be giving dollars to a local business to say, hey, help us get the word out on this, you know, not necessarily rely on staff, but, you know, give out small contracts to local businesses to help us achieve these other ancillary needs that perhaps either the city is not equipped or overloaded to do, in the same token, that nonprofits that are providing the direct service who can do that as a legal nonprofit entity, you know, they might not be the best at advertising that particular opportunity. So I would just want us to think about how we best use our financial resources to also contract with local marketing companies and communications companies to get the word out. You know, things like making pitches to the newspaper to write a story about this, things like actual, you know, effective mobile advertising, and even thinking about receiving an email that has the word RFP in the subject. You know, that's a different, you open emails differently if you say RFP than, you know, we want to help your business or something similar to that. We tend to speak in city speak with a lot of jargon, and that oftentimes that just doesn't help. And that doesn't come across the same as somebody who's a professional communicator that knows how to grab people's attention. So that's just one thought in terms of when things aren't working for us at a certain, in a certain program, or there's parts of the program, let's think about using a local business to outsource some of those efforts. And if the culture isn't there internally to allow administrators to do that because staff is expected to do everything internally, well, then let's change that, because right now I think we need to spread those dollars out as much as we can to local businesses and local contractors anyway. So that might be a potential solution to our dilemma with FYI is, hey, let's hire a local marketing firm who knows our community to actually market this program to local businesses and let them make the calls, let them make the graphics, let them take that on. It's not going to be a big contract. And then secondly, I think in particular on the voucher issue, you know, I'm thinking about a place like Casa de Peregrinos that hands, that delivers food to people on a daily basis. What's to stop them from giving a voucher to every family that goes in there to get the 40-pound box of food to take home? With the amount of traffic that they get, if Lorenzo and his staff were to hand out a voucher or 2 vouchers to every family that went in there, I mean, shoot, they run into hundreds of people that are walking through their doors every day. I guarantee you that those are both people who need the food and will probably use those vouchers. I mean, let's go to where people are receiving assistance already and see if those are good for voucher distribution centers. You know, and that way we make sure they're going to who they need and that they're probably going to be used. And so those are just some thoughts on 2 of those dilemmas. But lastly, just want to thank you and the rest of the council for, you know, agreeing to continue this program. I think it's just a great idea. And, you know, I think we should also be thinking about how to expand the city's dollars to flow into other local businesses in a way that's appropriate, especially when our resources are taxed. Our staff power is limited. Our needs might be greater than what we have resources for. And, you know, we don't have to use contractors just for big projects. I think we can use it for small ones too. So those are my comments, Mayor. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor. And while you were talking, well, I did earlier, I texted Brian from FYI, and I said, if we were to expand this to another 12 more restaurants with the funding, you know, granted, I know that he spaced it out so that he doesn't run out. And then with the fact that, well, I didn't ask him this, but with the fact that we could, if need be, if he runs into some snags and according to Jennifer, if it's done just right, some city staff can help out. He said he can do it. So let's.
And I would just urge you, I think, yes, city staff can do it, but I think contractors, there's lots of really good marketing professionals here.
No, I got you. No, yeah. I like your idea on that. No, I definitely have that. Yeah, no, you got that. But I'm talking about just the restaurant.
The second.
Yeah.
Oh,
and,
sure. Absolutely.
Yeah, let's get with Jennifer and see what how that can be structured. I like that.
And Mayor, maybe if I could just maybe ask a question to EFO related to that is, what is the policy around issuing small contracts to local vendors, that are perhaps under the RFP threshold? Is that something that the city does often? Is that something that is discouraged from by the city doing that in individual department decision making? I'm wondering, EFO, if you can maybe comment on that. Do we reserve kind of the contracting out of services to bigger RFP type contracts, or do we solicit these small contracts? What's the directive there from the city administration on that to staff?
We got EFO and Jennifer also. So
I was going to say I'll defer to Jennifer on that first.
Okay, Jennifer.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I always try to lower my hand before I start because I always forget. But that is determined by the P code. In the P code, there is a threshold. So if you are under $10,000, you have to get an informal quote. If you're, I think it's between 10,000 and 50, Barbara can chime in. We have to get 3 quotes. So there is definitely a process. It happens quite frequently. It's made so that if the threshold is low, we don't have to go through council. We can get these services completed quickly. So there is a limit for that. 75,000 is the amount that has to go to council.
Sure.
And Barbara De Leon also raised her hand, Councilor. So if you want to hear from her.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor and Councilor Vasquez, Barbara De Leon, Chief of Staff. Actually, so we have 2 sets of thresholds for the types of services that we're procuring. When it falls under professional and technical services, we actually have some different thresholds, and the ones that Jennifer was enumerating apply to supplies and construction, but we do have the ability to address smaller contracts through the purchasing manager. And as Jennifer said, we, lower than $75,000, that threshold holds, of course, for what can be handled administratively by staff versus including the purchasing manager versus what needs to go to council. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara, and thank you, Mayor. And I guess the other consideration is, I know we, I started managing some pretty sizable budgets in the last couple of years, and I understand how important it is as a budget manager to stay within your constraints and to be a good manager of, especially in the city, taxpayer funds. But I just would also want to make sure that the culture internally is such that, if you can get a local company to do something better or something that's needed more quickly than we can do as a city, and it includes like an additional $10,000 or $20,000 or $5,000 of funding that you don't currently have in your department budget, I would hope that we do budget change requests at the council all the time, and I would just hope that decision makers are empowered enough to say, look, I really need this $10,000 or $20,000 for this if we want to do it right, and that those budget change requests come to us and we approve them, especially during COVID when we just know we need to execute as well as we can on these. That's something that's encouraged and not discouraged, because I think if it's discouraged, we run into the same issues of just, we had limited staff. Well, this is what's in our budget. But I think now is the time to just think outside the box a little bit on those things. So thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Barbara and Jennifer.
Very good. Okay. So, Mayor Pro Tem, did you have another question, or did you forget to put your hand down? Oh, you do have that. Okay.
I do. Yeah, I know that the county worked with the Greater Chamber to distribute some funding that they had, CARES funding, similar to what our Economic Development Department. So I'm wondering, even though we've heard from FYI, and if you want, as you say, Mayor, put it in 4th gear, maybe it's working with the chambers to help. There's already an infrastructure in place that FYI has put together. And again, I don't want this to sound as a criticism, but I think if we can utilize our partners in that world And I really appreciate Councilor Vasquez's point about Casa de Peregrinos. I mean, they're the experts in food distribution. And so partnering with them would be, I think, super helpful. And especially, I know that Families and Youth Incorporated had contracted with NMCO, a local media outfit here in town, and really highlighted that food voucher program. And when we were out there, they were there and really building up sort of the momentum related to the food voucher program. And it was much appreciated. And so I can appreciate Councilor Vasquez's comments related to ways that, we can partner with local businesses or sort of offset what's happening currently with our staff, especially during COVID. I know there's a lot of folks still working from home, and there's a lot happening. And yeah, I would agree that people are overwhelmed. NGOs are overwhelmed. I mean, I talk to them too. The other thing is that maybe what we can open up a conversation with the schools, Mayor. I'm thinking with the food program that they have, the lunches, once school starts, they offer that currently, and they're using, I guess at one point they were using the buses, right, to deliver to the bus stops for kids and their families, right, that needed that. I'm wondering if we can also partner with some of these catering businesses that probably are hurting now, right? Because they're not offering the same sort of service because of COVID. And so looking at those conversations about how we can partner with each other and looking at other potential businesses that we could possibly help to get people fed in our community, I think is really helpful. And then lastly, one of the other things that I've been talking to FYI specific about is, they are trying to provide mental health services. The schools are trying to provide mental health services the best that they can. There's some kids that they've lost track of. I think that I know that they could very much use some funding to pay for some temporary workers to help do knock and talks, trying to find these kids and addressing the families' issues. And most of it is what we're addressing today, right? There's still a good portion of people that are not aware that we've contracted with these NGOs to provide housing, food, utility. And so I really think Councilor Vasquez is onto something about utilizing other businesses to help with the media and the PSAs in the radio, TV, any opportunity to let our Las Cruces citizens know that these things are available to folks would be helpful. So, Mayor, we were sort of just waiting for January to come to schedule a meeting with FYI to look at the possibilities of what would it look like to fund a couple or three folks to work with the schools to help in their quest of finding kids and families that they've lost track of, and looking at how we can assist folks. They're just having a tremendous amount of difficulty with the with the virtual schooling, if you will. So I want to say those things that I think are going to be important, and as we move forward, and not only is it helping the restaurants, but other businesses, but also the schools, the kids and the families that are really in need of some additional services. So that's it. Thank you.
No, you actually gave me a great idea. Let me ask Natalie. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And let me ask Natalie a quick question. So Natalie, does, along the lines of what Mayor Pro Tem was just talking about, I just thought of something. The children, does the city work with the schools and identify, let's say we were able to have the superintendent's office on the line, and they could give us a list of the children or families that meet a certain income qualification for either free or reduced lunches. Now, the kids may not be able to use these vouchers, but the parents would. Do we have that partnership, or do we reach out to the parents of these children and say, hey, we got these vouchers here that you can have some meals with? Is that something that we do, or can we do?
Mr. Mayor, I'm sharing on the screen the partners that FYI has been using to distribute vouchers through, and one of them is the school food program, and I apologize, I didn't update it. It's a summer food program, but it's a school food program. They're also doing it through the community schools, Mesa Middle School. Councilor Vasquez will see that Casa de Peregrinos is on the list, and a lot of our other NGO partners are on the list. But we can always look at additional ways to partner with the school and distribute wider.
Okay, well, I'll reach out to the superintendent and see if someone from her office can work with the city, get us that list if that's even possible. I don't know. I don't know if that violates any rule, but let them know that these meals are available. I just really think this is an opportunity to really help our residents, our businesses, and the restaurants and their suppliers, that work with them too, and then also work with, like Councilor Vasquez was talking about, those to, if we need to work with others to let people know about this program, because especially whether it's now or a little bit later when we start ramping back up again, as I mentioned, once people start getting vaccinated, we need to slowly be there to help ramp it back up. Can't expect them to be right at fourth gear right off the top. So, okay, so with that, then I guess we would need an amendment for at least $150,000 to FYI for the third round of funding for restaurant funding, and then listening to Natalie, La Casa's not ready yet, or haven't expended their funds yet. When they do, we'll be here. We'll be ready for them to help them. But at the very minimum, I think we're going to need that amendment to get the third round of funding for FYI.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to defer to legal or Christine. We didn't advertise a budget adjustment, so I don't, I'm going to defer to them on if that's.
Okay, well, if not, then we can always just make sure this is ready to go on our next council meeting. Yes, Jennifer?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. We will have to put this on the agenda.
Okay, all right. Okay, then we'll do that our next council meeting. So what do we do with this one? Why is what is it, the resolution? We just pass resolution to do what?
Mr. Mayor, Natalie Green for the record. The resolution is to give staff the authority to develop contracts and Mr. Peely to execute contracts up to $150,000 without coming back to council. If you weren't to pass this, then during our next meeting, or if you pass the budget adjustment, staff would either have to get council approval at that time for the contract, or come back at a later date once the contract has been drafted for council approval.
Okay. All right. So no amendments are needed, basically.
No.
Okay. All right. Mayor Pro Tem, did you have your hand up again, or did you forget to put it down? Okay. Okay. Well, if that's the case, then Christine, we're ready for a vote then. Good discussion, by the way.
This is on the motion to approve resolution 21-099. Councilor Beta-Stuvey?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sork?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondra?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, so now we're going to go to board appointments, and there are none. Notice of proposed ordinances. There'll be no public discussion. Councilor may ask staff for clarification on the proposed ordinances. So number 9.1, Council Bill number 21-024, ordinance number 2957.
Bring it forward.
Okay, bring it forward. And so next one is number 9.2, Council Bill number 21-025, ordinance number 2958.
Bring it forward.
Forward. Okay, now we're going to go to City Council member board reports and comment. I have none other than just say Happy New Year. And looks like we're going to be having our new Assistant City Manager, Connie, join us next week, I believe. I know he's been watching our meetings, so looking forward to that gentleman as well. And that's it, really. Thank you to all the staff for 2020. Challenging year, but it's over, and just move forward in 2021. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, Happy New Year to everybody on this call and to our constituents. Really excited to see what 2021 brings us. I think it'll continue to be a challenging year. As long as we work together, I think we'll continue to see, some real results. I wanted to hear, and maybe he'll update us, is on sort of the programming and the media campaign related to the red, green, yellow, green, and what the city has done, related to that, and where EFO and staff feel that we are where we're at. Mayor, appreciate you bringing the whole vaccination task force. I think that's going to be really important. I do want to continue the conversations about this therapy or this kind of experimental drug that's being used. I know that I'm thinking that it's available here in our community, but I don't know that for certain. I know that it is in El Paso. It was something that my cousin and their family was able to receive because of underlying conditions and the age of her mother. And it was like a miracle. They didn't quite get the COVID, that all the different things that do happen, although they did have some symptoms, loss of taste and, but it's really a remarkable thing if people are interested. And so, Mayor, again, if funding is an issue, I would really like for us to consider, negotiating with that company to bring that that particular experimental therapy to our community. And then lastly, I as you know, I've had social work intern students this last semester. During the break, I have a master's level intern, Zach, working with us, and he's doing some work on the mental health leave day that we've been sort of batting around. Our health policy review committee, we had to cancel the meeting this week, but he's prepared to do a PowerPoint presentation. There's some really exciting things that he has sort of research related to occupational health, talking to the Department of Health, how occupational health and sort of in relation to absenteeism, recruiting and retaining folks, high levels of depression and medical, sort of the social determinants of health, how that gets tied in if we don't take care of our mental health. And so I'm really looking forward to having that discussion. We'd like to survey the internally the staff, I think that's something that can definitely happen, and I'll talk further with EFO about it. I think it's a good opportunity, especially that we've been very concerned with the increasing health premiums and whatnot. And so just some really exciting things. It's really, I think, interesting and evolving to have a master's level student who has a real sense of research. I've learned so much from him, and Councilor Abeyta-Stubbe and I have had the opportunity to speak to him, and he's very impressive. So we'd like to have a meeting with Ms. Richards and Mr. Katnack, who are staffers that are helping with this particular policy, but I just wanted to update you and kind of my thoughts around that. And the last regular council meeting, Mayor, lastly, I talked about the behavioral health district and basically having the conversations with the mayors up in, north and south of us in the county and getting some really good feedback related to that. And this week I'll spend making time, Mayor, to schedule a meeting with you and Mr. Peely so that we can convene and talk about what our next steps are going to be. Everybody is looking forward to meeting in the next 2 or 3, maybe a month from now. When I say everybody, I mean all the mayors are really interested to hear very specifically how this could really help each of their, not only their organizations, but their community. So that's all
Fantastic.
I have.
Great. Sounds good. Thank you. Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mayor. First and foremost, yes, feliz año nuevo y les deseo mucha prosperidad y salud y pesetas y tiempo para gozarlo. So I, first of all, have an announcement. I'm having
Froze. You froze. You froze. You said we didn't catch you after you said you're happy to. Sounds like you were going to say you were happy to announce you're going to give us
Yes. So District 6 is having a virtual meeting, but it's really on the, it's my district meeting, but East Lomond Avenue Development Plan on Wednesday, January 6th, from 5:30 to 7 p.m. And some of my constituents did take the survey on what to do, and it was sent out to people outside of the district, only because everybody's impacted by East Lomond Avenue. So it's the East Lomond Avenue Development Plan, Wednesday, January 6, 2021, from 5:30 to 7 p.m. It's about 48 hours from now. Go to www.las-cruces.org/engage to review the tutorial. If needed, then register for your free Zoom account or email your comments or concerns to clcengage@las-cruces.org. So the other thing I wanted to say is that, different members of our community have been asking for broadband internet connection. And what we've seen with the onslaught of children have to, the virtual learning and having computers, but broadband internet is something that we really, really need. And I think that COVID-19, the coronavirus especially, we've been forced to meet virtually, work remotely, and do our shopping, household needs, clothing, and food. So I would really like our city to engage. I don't know, Mr. Mayor, if your mayor's organization, the Conference of U.S. Mayors, deals with these issues, but if there's something that you could do as the mayor or anything that I could assist you with, what do I know? But with that, I think it'd be great. And that's it. I want to thank everybody for a fantastic last year. I think that we learned a lot about how important it is to really care about one another. I think that we are always thinking about running here for a meeting, running there for a meeting, doing this, doing that. And then what it boils down to is, how is it that you're really living your life? And how is it that you're really affecting other people? So I think that a lot of us has had a long, really, this has been a moment of a lot of introspection for a lot of us. And And I think that we've learned more than anything else how important one human being, human beings need each other. And for those of us who have pets, we're very fortunate to have our little friends with us. So anyway, I want to thank all of you for being fantastic colleagues and living in a caring community. I feel blessed to be here in Las Cruces, and I think we all do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You're welcome. Thanks, Councilor. Councilor Sword.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, the top things I wanted to cover in the comments actually got covered in our resolutions today. And so I have nothing to say except for the most important thing to say is thank the whole council for support on building a park in a place that's desperately needing a park. I already got an email from somebody that's thanking me for getting a park there. So thank you, everyone.
You're welcome. Okay, Councilor Bencomo.
Thanks, Mayor. I don't have much either. I, of course, just want to say Happy New Year to all of you and to everyone on staff and all our constituents, hoping, that this year brings more growth and opportunities to be kind to one another, like Councilor Flores said. And I did meant to say this during the conversation about the task force, but I really hope that, that task force, since I have an audience here with our health PRC, that we really continue to advocate for essential workers, for people who work in the food industry, for people who working in groceries who feed us, for the people, our plumbers, the people who didn't stop working in 2020.
Yes, Happy New Year to all of my colleagues and city staff, residents of the district, and all of Las Cruces. And thanks for bearing with me. I had some late travel arrangements here that got me back home pretty late today. But 2020 was a tough year. I know a lot of us faced a lot of grief and a lot of loss, and a lot of trials and tribulations financially with our health, and really just realizing what's important to us in the face of such adversity. And so I am extremely happy to be serving with all of you, caring, compassionate people, and staff that just stood up really in a moment where we really needed leadership at the city to do what we could. We've said this before, but in the absence of federal leadership, in my eyes, we do have some bright spots in 2021 to look forward to. Like I said, this vaccine is going to be not the silver bullet to get us out of this, but the most key component of us returning to normal, because there is no normal without a large amount of people not being able to get this virus if we want to go back to normal. So people are frustrated. People are tired of staying home. Everyone wants to return to a normal life. And so I really appreciated the discussion today about how to best implement our vaccine distribution system. So thank you for that, for leading on that. It's really, really, really important. I think, at least from the last numbers I saw, it's, between 70 to 90% herd immunity, which means 70 to 90% of our population being vaccinated is really the key to get us to a normal level of operation where we can have folks indoors again. But wearing masks and social distancing is not going to stop, I don't think, in 2021, even post-vaccine life. We're still going to have to do a lot of that. And so something we can get used to, I think, for this year again. I'm coming up on my 4th year serving on the city council, and have really a lot of things I think to be proud of for things I wanted to accomplish in my district that I'm very happy about are either accomplished or budgeted or have been built or on the way to being constructed, and just really want to focus this year for the folks in my district on the El Paseo and Solano redevelopment plan. And just really want to make sure that that's in a good place over the next 6 months. That's the period of time that the ad hoc committee will meet. We did have our first meeting last month. So thank you to David Weir and Srijana for leading that task force for us, and for Councilor Bencomo and Vice Chair of the committee, Abeta Stubbe, for also being on that committee. And really, I think trying to implement and put into practice so much of what our new Elevate Las Cruces comprehensive plan really dictates that we should be doing. A large part of that plan really focuses on infill redevelopment and restoring prosperity and restoring investment and vitality to some of the inner parts of the city, while also continuing to grow in a smarter way on the outside of the city, or I should say on the east and west mesas mostly. And so I think this El Paseo and Solano redevelopment project will be to me, represents a shift in how the city reinvests its staff time, its resources, its investment, its capital infrastructure projects, to really take care of some areas of the city that are historic, that are beautiful, that are just, full of life and full of working families and people. And so I have called it an action plan because I don't want it to be another plan. I don't want our next 6 months on this committee to say, here's recommendations of what we could do. I want this committee in the next 6 months to say, here is what we need to do, and here's how we get there, and here's our recommendations for planning and zoning changes, and here's our capital infrastructure projects that we want to see prioritized, and here's how we want to rebrand these two neighborhoods. And so that's something I'm super excited about for 2021. As I said, I'm going to really prioritize that and make that kind of one of the biggest priority, the biggest priority of my time here this next year on the council as the representative for District 3. And so I'm excited for that. Other than that, Happy New Year's to everybody. Again, I look forward to continuing to work with you all. And thank you, Mayor, for your thoughtfulness today and bringing up some different items, and for the council as a whole, always for taking such good care of our residents. Thank you.
Thanks. Appreciate that. It's a nice thing anyone has ever said to me. Councilor Beta-Stubbe. I'm just kidding. But it's a top five. I'll tell you that much.
Well, I've told you, you're my second favorite mayor.
Yeah, I know. Well, that's
I mean, my dad comes
from the top. That's in the top 10.
That's right. Top 2.
Councilor Beta-Stubbe.
Well, thank you, Mayor, my favorite mayor that I've ever worked with.
Okay.
No, I do want to say thank you, as we've hit kind of the year mark since we've gotten to serve, and I do consider it a great honor, and there's been a lot to learn. And I want to thank staff as well for everything. There's so many intricate parts that I think the city does that the public doesn't even realize that they are necessary for day-to-day function, or thinking long-term and the future. And it all goes well together for the most part. Obviously, there's always room for improvement, for working on, for leading. And I am very thankful to be a part of that. And I do want to thank all the staff for helping educate us, for listening to our ideas, and for working together as we step into this new year. We're going to have strategic planning, budget planning. I'm very excited to be involved with all those processes. And thank you to my colleagues for welcoming myself and Councilor Bencomo so wonderfully, and really allowing us to step up and lead in different ways too. And so I've really appreciated that from everyone. I am hopeful for this year. Usually our family, we usually pick a theme that we go with for the year, of either growth or togetherness, something like that. And this year has been very different. Last year was basically about survival mode. And this year we want to start thinking about what does those next steps look like. And hopefully we know it's going to take a while. We know there's still going to be some hard steps. And we're going to have to be very diligent as a community still, even as we work towards vaccination. It's still so important to adhere to social distancing, to wearing our mask, to making sure we have great hand hygiene. And so just working together, but knowing that hopefully by this time next year, we're giving everybody big, tight hugs and are able to move on. So thank you all very much.
All right, great, thank you. And City Manager Ifo, City Manager's report.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity. I don't really have a whole lot as well. I did want to mention that Ikani did start officially today. He's just working remote. So he's on. I mean, you want to put him on the spot, you're welcome to, but he's right. He's listening, and he wanted to start because he has the quarantine, and so he wanted to start right away. He actually came in New Year's Day. He drove in New Year's Day with his moving truck. So he'll be ready to roll here. And with that, we do have a new org chart to send you here the next day or so. We'll send it to you, and we've made a few changes, so it's not only direct reports, but as a management team, we talked about flattening the organization out a little bit and pulling some of the sections out of the departments where we feel would make a better fit, easier for us to maneuver and allow for opportunity for growth there as well. But we'll send that out to you, like I said, here the next day or so, wanting to make that official by in about 2 weeks. So once we get transitioning and all that in place, the goal is on the 18th is when we want to get rolling with it. But we just need to talk to some of those sections. We did let the rest of the department heads know who their direct reports are, so we have that set. But great timing. It's a good time to get that in place as we begin the new year. A lot of things that as a staff we're really excited about. One thing is with this report, management have been thinking about it over the last several council meetings, and I think I'm going to plan to have some set items here. So I'm not talking just to talk. I have some actually items that are going to be standing. One is going to be a follow-up. I'll have a follow-up report from previous council meetings of things that were mentioned in our debrief that I can report back. Appreciate Jamie Rickman working with me on that and coming up with that with their staff. And then we'll also have a COVID updates. We talked a lot about COVID during the vaccination conversation, task force conversation. Before I forget, though, Mayor Pro Tem, the Red to Green campaign, I know Mr. Enriquez mentioned a little bit about it. The posters are in, ready to go. Actually, well, I think it'll be in tomorrow. I think that's what Mandy mentioned. And then we'll be engaging the community members. I know we talked about that, not just including some of the officials, but also members of the community to be involved in the messaging. And I think the Economic Recovery Board, she mentioned they were contacted, and other entities were already contacted about participating. I know since our meeting with the county, they've been collaborating on some of the messaging as well. So I'm excited about that. That campaign is going to be ongoing. It's going to be, throughout this whole process, I guess, until we get the vaccinations to where we need to be. I think that's all. Like I said, we did talk a little bit about a lot about the COVID, some of the stats during the task force discussion. And I think that's it. One final I did want to bring up. We did, as follow-up from previous council meetings, I did have my initial meeting with Goldenrod, just to let you know, as that's been a topic of discussion. The next step there is for them to submit their PUD. Before we talk dollars and cents, that's the next step in the process. Is they've agreed to work with our community development to submit their PUD, and then we'll take it to the next step after that. And I'll report as we get closer for them to come before you with a proposal. That's all I have.
So you said Ikani is on the payroll now?
He is.
He's technically a City of Las Cruces employee?
He is. I mean, you're welcome to put him on the spot. He's
put him on the spot. Let's hear this. I didn't have a chance to see. I know that the communications did an interview, but I didn't have a chance to see it. yet, so let's see if he's paying attention. Yeah, there he is.
Hey, Mayor. Thank
you
you for doing great. Thanks for the opportunity. I'm super excited to be here and excited to be with the team. I've heard great things about the
I just
team.
need you to, excuse me, I'm sorry for interrupting. Just pronounce your name.
Sure. Ikani Tamopia.
Okay.
And,
I think it's going to be a little bit harder to say that than mine. Okay, go ahead.
It's but just super excited. It's a new year, and I'm coming in, and I'm just getting to meet the team, and all the great things that I've heard about. It's coming through fruition. I'm meeting people are sending me texts in the new year, wishing me just some great vibes. So I'm super excited. It's always a big move to come to another state, but my family and I are excited, and I can't wait to meet everybody, meet you all in council. And I'm just here to continue doing the great work that you all have been doing. And I can't wait to meet you all in person after our quarantine and after this COVID thing's over.
So I've got to mention a couple things. So there was, and I don't know if he's still, okay, so, you know, there's the Aggie basketball team, Coach Jans, and he's an incredible basketball coach. And he got a player that signed on to the Aggie basketball team who hadn't been to Las Cruces yet, which is incredible, right? So when IFO hired you and they put out the press release, I texted him. I said, wow, so he's been here? He goes, no, he hasn't been here, but you took the job without being here. So I said, wow, that's incredible. So I'm sure that you had to have asked him, are you sure this place is okay? You know, is this a nice place to live? And so tell us what you think your initial, yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah,
you come here, you move here without even seeing the city. I mean, he drove here, right? He didn't tell us. He came and checked it out before he.
Yeah, I had two questions that were really killing me inside, and until they were answered, and they were answered. Number one was, is the food good? And number two, are the people nice? And those were two answers that I got big yeses from. And I saw that in all the research that I did, and also asked IFO. So that got me sold. I hear great things about the food. I'm already talking to a lot of the staff on which restaurants to hit up. And so Mayor and Council, if you have any recommendations, I would love to. I'm a foodie. I love to try some delicious food. So that had me at hello.
Aw.
So wait a minute here. I also read somewhere that you speak Spanish.
I do. Yeah.
Well, let's hear you.
Sí, hablo un poquito, pero me encanta estar aquí con ustedes. Qué bendición estar aquí. Feliz año nuevo con todos ustedes. So, ¿puedo hablar un poquito más con ustedes con tiempo?
Sí, pero ¿cómo?
Qué bueno. Gracias.
¿Dónde aprendiste?
Costa Rica.
Sí. Lindo país.
Yeah.
I have a question. Red or green?
Both.
Real question.
Both.
Christmas.
Both Christmas. Yes. Both. Love both.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
So can you eat enchiladas and sushi at the same time?
Oh, yes. Yes. Everything. All of the above. All of the above.
Right.
Love it all.
All right. Sounds good. Sounds like you made a good hire there, IFO.
I hope IFO told you about the river, because that's what got IFO here. And then when he got here, there was no more water in the river.
Darn. Oh, it's too late for me. Everything's in the house, but yeah, if I knew, I would have made a U-turn. Just joking.
Yeah. So, well, I have to tell you, Ikani is welcome aboard. And
welcome.
I know that you watching this city council is probably unlike most city councils, not only in the state, but in the nation. You know, when I first got elected in 2001, the council members that I was with were, man, they were like sticks in the mud. I'm sorry, some of them are no longer with us anymore. I don't want to talk bad about them, but you know, we do some serious stuff, but we also take time to have a little fun, and we all enjoy each other very much. This is the best group of public officials I've worked with, and I've worked with a lot in my 29 years, and there's none better than these 6 individuals. And so welcome to the team. And this is a great organization. This staff is incredible. I have to tell you a funny story. So I was at the county for 8 years, and then I was termed out. I came here in 2001, and I would, and nothing against the county, you know, they have less employees and they have a bigger, you know, but I would be in the council meeting and I'd ask for something and I'd have it in 24 hours. And I'm like, what? This doesn't happen. These guys don't work that much, that quick. And it never stopped, you know, because it just, you know, for 2 years I kept thinking, no, there's something here. I don't quite get it. But after about 2 years of trying, I realized these guys are, they're the A team. And they are the employer of choice. Everyone wants to work for the city. They did a survey once. I forgot what percent that you have of getting a job if you applied for the city. It was an incredible small amount. You know, they're very particular. These are some highly trained, highly educated. I mean, you see, we have 4 or 5 members that have their PhD here at the city. That's incredible. That's really incredible. So we're really proud of them. We welcome you. You have a tremendous experience, it appears, and it's good to have you here. And yeah, so congratulations.
Bienvenido.
Bienvenido.
Okay, so with that, if there's nothing further, I guess we're going to adjourn. So I need a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Flores, second by Councilor Sorry that we adjourn. And Christine, the roll call vote, please.
This is on the motion to adjourn the regular meeting. Councilor Beta-Stevie?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Sí, por favor.
Gracias. Councilor Bencomo?
Sí, yo también.
Gracias. Councilor Sorg?
Sí.
Councilor Flores?
Sí, por favor, sí.
Councilor Gandara?
Sí, gracias.
Gracias. And Mayor?
I have to say the same. Sí, por favor. Okay.
Gracias a todo.
Okay, very good. So we're adjourned. It's 6:01 p.m. So enjoy the rest of the evening. See ya.